and I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. Out of the darkness, out of the fear, here comes the monster waiting in there. Heart rate is rising, some call it scared. You'll feel the chill start raising your hairs. It's too late, you're here now. I hope that you're prepared, cause there's no getting out. You can feel the energy, dark like a cloud. Electrified by panic, terror and doubt. Don't cross me or you'll learn quick the hard way that I'm not one to mess with. I got a mind and that mind's full of mean tricks. I'll plant a seed in your red where the fear will stick. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare. Possess all your dreams. A demon plays on the weak. You better watch out for me. Mistakes were made, you will see. You should've never crossed me, cause now you'll never stop me. Revenge was my calling. Now you're a dead man walking. And I'll haunt your nightmares. Little did you know that I like fear. When you turn, I'll be right there. You should be afraid, you should be scared. We're all alone, you're on your own. It's you and me who's going home. Look up, cause I'm right here. Welcome to a real life nightmare.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Friday, because today we are continuing our playthrough of Amnesia, The Dark Descent. But first, let me welcome all the wonderful viewers to the stream. And let me say a few words about my so far chaotic week. As you might know, I only had 2 streams planned for this week, and I'm happy I only scheduled those 2 because my week was trying, let's say. So at this point I'm still going, but I'm not sure how. I'm pretty sure it's the tea, because once again I have a wonderful warm cup of tea with myself. So let me invite all of you for some hydration. It is slowly the summer in the Eastern Hemisphere. No, the Northern Hemisphere. What am I talking about? So it's always a good idea to hydrate before people start falling over in the warm winter. But with that said, today we are playing Amnesia, and so far I have to say I greatly enjoy this game. It's quite fun. It is really well put together, and I think this port is working just grand. No troubles so far, no bugs, no glitches, no nothing. And one thing that I have to say is, when you're trying to name a game, it's quite difficult. How do you put the entire essence and content and story and ideas of a game into just a few words? But here, they got it pretty right, spot on. I mean, the main character, Daniel, is having amnesia. We are descending into the depths of the Brennenberg Castle, and it is pretty dark most of the time, so it all makes sense. That's lovely. Now let's start up the game, and let me also say that since I am still trying to get used to my 2 monitor setup, my responses to the chat might be a bit slow, but I am trying my best to get better at this job. And my frames are all dropping. Frames, come back! Come on! Back up! That's it. That's why you need the 2 monitors, so you can keep your frames in check. Because we don't want them to run away. That's why we have the cages. So let's go, the Dark Descent. Yes, there is an autosave. And the good old Frictional Games logo. Nordic Game Program. I have to check a bit about the developers and the studio that worked on the port. I don't know much about them. Was that broken glass in the foreground there before as well, or that's new? Not sure. Well, let's waste no time. Continue. Yes, continue the previously played game. Also, one tiny little detail that I like. Here they obviously had to add the PlayStation buttons, and they didn't just add a simple illustration type image, but they actually added some highlights, some shadows in the bottom. That's nice. It looks much more visually pleasant. But let's go. So in the previous first episode of our playthrough, we explored. Yeah, that's actually how I stopped. Looking right there. That's pretty amazing. So the game saves in the exact point when you exit. So we explored this entire area, and we learned a lot of things. One of those things was the fact that we are not getting out through this main gate because it's all yucky. That's the yucky sound. Yes, there are a lot of bugs around. That's also might be important. That is the way we came from. Up on the stairs, I think over there, we had the archives where we found the key to the wine cellar. And here we had the wine cellar to the left and the laboratory to the right, where we concocted our little acidic chemical mixture that I don't think we have anymore. We actually still have the chemistry pot, which is interesting. And using our newly made acid, we were able to get through the organic growths here, and so we can get into the refinery. The question is, what are we refining? After enduring 3 days in Algiers, a sailboat was finally arranged to take him across the Mediterranean Sea to Gibraltar. Having reached the British territory, it was just a matter of reserving a cabin on SS Hortensia, headed for London. So this is explaining the time when Daniels, I assume, came back from his expedition. Okay, let's light a lamp.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
Well, you see, Daniel, the reason is that oil is scarce and also expensive. As you can see, I only have 3 small reserves of it. And only 8 tinderboxes, so you don't want to waste the lanterns. That's why it's dark. And I mean, it's really, really dark. I can barely see this door. Well, I guess here we go. This caved in. Ooh, more of the petals. Well, I'm not sure if I should be concerned or worried. Slightly different things they are. Now this is indeed really dark. And be careful when enemies are near. Crouching in the darkness makes it a lot harder to spot. That's wonderful to know. That means there are enemies nearby? Now, based on the sounds, yeah. What are those? Should I make sense of those markings? My apologies. Look around, look around, look around, look around quick. Why are there so many wine barrels around here? You already had a wine cellar. What is it with wine in this place? I understand that it's dark, but I have to, you know, hide and all that. Okay, so this is where the monster came from. So this is where we are going. Because if the monster came from here, that means it's not in here. I know. Wonderful logic. Okay, let's light this. Put this away so I'm not wasting more of my precious, precious oil. Ooh, I see you there. Haha. Okay, now let's see. The thing is, no matter what kind of horrid thing is outside, we can just create a simple barricade right here. Yeah, don't worry how much noise you make along the way, because your barricade will hold whatever is outside there. That's it. Put this here. Oh, we have even more. Wondrous. You see, nothing will get through our perfectly fabricated barricade. Let's put this here. Come on. And that's there. Now, nothing is getting in. And even more tinderboxes. Totally worth it. A hammer. Not sure if that would be useful, but let's take it. I really can't see anything without the lantern, so that's a problem. Let me guess, that was all the oil. Indeed it was. Hello? Is anyone in here? Come on. Get my hammer. This is all the safety I have left. This one hammer. I'm gonna fuck you up with my hammer. Yeah, you better run. Whatever you are. Now, let's see. I'm really not sure if the tinderbox is more valuable or the oil. But I will say the oil for now. Okay, now. Let's get cozy here. Some laudanum. Actually, I looked up what laudanum is, as well as its pronunciation, which hopefully I don't butcher anymore. It is an alcoholic solution with opium in it, so it's a painkiller. Now, we have a nice little chair here. Let's hop on. And let's read. That's what I like, reading by candlelight.
22nd of June, 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry. After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England. He said he didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way. I found my journal this morning in the haphazard collection of things brought home from Africa. Next to it lay the broken stone orb wrapped in cloth. I tried to assemble it, but couldn't. The pieces wouldn't fit together, as if they weren't from the same object. Could I have imagined it all? Was there ever a complete orb?
Alright, so indeed Daniel returned from the expedition to England, and apparently he took the broken orb pieces back with him. Well, I'm sure that orb will be important. Come on. Ah. Grew all over it? No, I can't get the table right. Come on. Look at this mess. I understand it's supposed to be horrifying and all that, but a bit of tidiness never killed anyone before me here, apparently. Well, one thing is for sure, if something comes back here, it will have a surprise. Looking at the nicely and neatly arranged furniture, and if it decides to do something about me, I still have about 6 chairs to break over its head before it can do much. So I would say I am safe. Stop doing whatever you're doing. Shut up. Ooh, nice. That's a really thick stone slab. We are deep within the castle. I know it's a bit annoying that we can't see anything, but we have to reserve our oil. Is there anything else I can maybe light? That's great. Here's a box. Why am I so slow all of a sudden? So let's close this. Pick this tinder box up. Wonderful. I'm a bit paranoid about running out of resources, but so far the game is really quite nice. And it provided me with enough tinder boxes and oil to survive. Not that you can be really wasteful with them, but hey, that's okay. I can move this. It's too heavy apparently. Let's peek in. Now why is it good that I would go there and not here? That explains it. It's blocked. Well, what did we scratch down here? Not this. Mementos. The door leading to the back room is blocked off. Find another way in. Yeah, it's kind of a reoccurring thing for me that I do things a tad bit backwards. So let's see what's here. More wine. It's okay, it's okay. I think. I'm not exactly sure if it's okay. But I kind of sort of hope. Oh, that's a pulley. My apologies. Let's light this. Okay, this seems to be a safe little spot. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Okay, that's a nice hiding spot there. Bunch of boxes. Now, you might be asking, why do I want to check the boxes? But you see, there might be something hiding between those boxes. Perhaps behind those boxes. Or maybe I'm just a freaking kleptomaniac in this game and I want to steal absolutely everything. Yep, thank you for that. I appreciate the contribution to my tinder box found. Or rather, my found tinder boxes. It's really important not to make much noise when you are stalked by creepy creatures. Well, if you want to survive, that is, but we are halfway insane anyway, so why would we do that? Self-preservation is overrated in horror games after all. Look at... Ow! What the fuck was that? Oh, okay. That hurt. I thought I was attacked by a box all of a sudden. Okay. So we don't like the growy things. Understood. Ooh. The barrel contains less than half a lantern worth of oil. Imagine that. Half a lantern worth of oil. Oh my goodness, look at it. I don't think I ever had so much oil in my lantern. It's a miracle. The barrel contains no oil. Alright. It was still a lot more than... was this here before? Not sure. Maybe. Okay. Really? This was the big blockade. This. Compared to this, my barricade is half of a castle wall. Oh, I was like, what is that globe? That's a tabletop. Oh, there's a door here as well, huh? It's a good thing that I only blocked one of the doors. Nah, it seems we have a sort of trapdoor here, and we can use this pulley to get down there. Except I don't want to just yet, so let's... What? Oh, bones. I think this is where I started, so we are going around apparently. Alright, let's move the boxes. There's not much point to this hole anymore, except if we happen to be chased by some creature, then we can loop around here and lock the door on them. So let's see what we get here. Shh. Is anyone in here? Shit, I'm stuck on the door. Huh, seems like a nice place. Oh, look at that! It's a cock chair. We found a cock chair in Amnesia. Well, there's no bed, but you can watch a lovely couple enjoy a few bottles of wine. Okay, is there anything here? Nah, just in the books. Well, that's something, I mean. I'm always looking behind the shelves in case there is a hidden passage behind them, but no. So this is where the creature went, right? I think indeed it is where the creature went. What? Uh-oh. The fuck was that? Wait, you were knocking on that door and you slammed this one on me? What? Makes sense, please. Okay. Let's see if there's anything here. Nah. Oh. I see ya. I see ya. Okay, let's move these here. In case something comes knocking in the dark. It's always a good idea to barricade yourself. Except if whatever is trying to kill you is in the same room as you are. Because then it's a really bad idea to barricade yourself. Nothing here. Nothing here as far as I can see. Given it's really freaking dark here. Why is there a gap behind all these shelves? It's odd. I guess I have to read this.
25th of June, 1839. I feel the need to continue this journal, even though it was intended for my journey to Africa. This must be something very important. I just know it. I've taken it upon myself to piece the orb back together, but it's been more difficult than one might think. The pieces are behaving strangely. They seem to change color, shape, and texture, but ever so slightly. Yesterday, I took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today, I confirmed my suspicions. They were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith. I approached the subject with care and we discussed how rocks change form. He told me about the nature of glass, how it eventually collapses on itself, like ice slowly melting over the course of centuries. Smith eased my mind a bit, but I can't escape the feeling that these shards have otherworldly properties.
That is interesting. That is indeed really, really quite interesting. Because in this case, with the orb and the pieces of it, the shards, changing shape in the span of a day. That's obviously mostly impossible. However, if you ask someone who is an expert on such a field, glass is a really clever idea, a really interesting concept to bring up, because indeed glass slowly starts to change form. In theory, if you have a glass window or a window pane, just a panel of glass, it will slowly start to flow or melt downwards. So it's not completely solid, it is ever so slowly changing shape. Not fast enough that you would notice, maybe in a really old building, if you measure the top part of a window and the bottom part, maybe the bottom part will be slightly thicker, in theory at least, but it takes indeed centuries. But I really like that they took something that is otherworldly, that is fictional, and they looked for something in the world that is scientific to anchor it down to. Sorry, I was hearing footsteps. So in this case, Daniel was trying to approach this thing as a scientist, as someone who is not superstitious and believes in reason rather than in magic. And so he was looking for a scientific answer to how is it possible that these shapes don't fit together. Now it's interesting that in the same journal note, he is a bit superstitious, not necessarily, a bit unreasonable, maybe, because he says that he feels compelled to write the journal, that this must be really important if he feels this way. So in a way, he might be referring to how fate is a thing, and how him feeling this way would be a sort of sign for him to pursue the work that he is doing and note everything down. But it's really nice. It's really nice that as he finds something that is not necessarily explainable, he still tries to find some explanation to it. Okay, so yeah, let's light this so everything is nicely lit up. So this is where I was, and yes, this is where the creature went across, and in theory there's a barricade behind this. Yeah, indeed there is. So we went around. Is there anything maybe behind these ginormous barrels? No. Really curious what are these barrels containing, but maybe I don't want to know. You know, they would be easily big enough to hold a few people, few bodies. It's stuck. Something is clogging the crank and pulley contraption. Well, let's check. That's good. That's good. I guess that. I'm a genius. Told you. But this is really not good because I'm rotating this and at the same time I'm showing my back to whatever the heck is behind me and what is down here. Well, now here's the thing. The reasonable idea here would be to maybe get a few boxes and throw them down so I can get back up here. However, this is a game and I'm pretty sure there is absolutely no freaking way back here, so let's go. Okay, let's crouch down and let's go. So was this planned like this? No staircase, no nothing, just this. Oh, I can just come back on the splashy. Oh, okay, understood. You don't like if you're being jumped on. I can actually relate to that. I have a box. Okay, well, at least the lights are nice. Even though everything has this reddish hue to it, even the air and the lights. I'm not sure if this growth is emanating such light. I don't think so. Maybe it's just the powder in the air, like mushroom spores. Oh, cellar archives. We made it! He crashed through the surface. The dark Atlantic waters smothered him as he struggled to make sense of the situation. Oh, the ship sank? I'm sorry, this is way too bright. Yep. Never mind, it's not way too bright. You know, I would say it's a fish. But I don't think that it is a fish. I really don't think that it is a fish. So I was there, and I guess this creature felt the waves. Welcome in, Ricky boy. How are you doing today? Do a Kurt Cobain. What do you mean by that? I might not be up to date with celebrities. So, given that I'm still alive, I have a feeling that this creature is bound to the water, which means I should really avoid it. Both the creature and the water. So let's try to get there. Oh, that's interesting. So even though I did not touch the water, it was able to follow me. Oh! Got stuck up? Okay, it's not that quick. That's good. Kinda. Not sure. Okay. Oh, there's a lever there. I guess that is important to us. And the oil is out. Absolutely the best time for that. Do we have anything that I might be able to throw into the water as a distraction? Yeah, there's a book. That's about it. Let's pull this. Are you kidding me? This is timed. Really does sound like it is a timed machine or some sort of machinery. Certainly not draining the water. Also, those bones are a bit concerning. Not gonna lie. But let's go and let's figure out what the heck we need to do. So if I pull it downwards, nothing happens. If I pull it upwards, there's a timer. Now, because I don't necessarily want to run through this entire part, I will first explore. And hope for the best. Uh-oh. If I'm in the water, I think it's a bit faster. It gets more aggressive. There's another room here. This is a really good part, I have to say it, because when you get stuck right next to the box, there is that instinct kicking in, that primal fear of getting caught, and you just slam on the jump button. It's really clever. It's really well made. Oh! Aha! Oh, laudanum! And the skull. The skull might be good later on. Actually, that later on will be right now. How do you throw them? Ah, like that. Sorry. I want to get there. Nothing here. Wonders. Okay, let's get there. I'm pretty sure there's nothing here, but if I can explore, then why not? Oh, that's good. Book. Can use that on the way back. There's nothing there. Nothing there. Where's the annoying creature? Look, there's a book. And my lantern is out again. Wonderful. Okay, so I have to go this way. So this is pretty well lined with these boxes, so I don't need to worry about staying in the water for long. A heavy gate. Okay, I guess I know what I have to do in this case. Okay, I missed that one. Not a huge problem. Actually, that's a good thing, because then our resident water creature will be a bit farther away. What did we write? The gate is too heavy. There must be an opening mechanism. Indeed, there is. Okay. It moved. Good question, why? But I'm not staying here to figure out that. Parkour in the darkness. Lovely. Okay, so far we're good, and we have our book. Throwing a book into water is just a terrible thing to do, and not something I'm willing to do just for Daniel to survive. So let's not do that. Let's do some old school parkour here. Don't even ask how I'm doing half of this, because I really don't see what I'm doing. Come on! Oh! There's another one. But at least they are not alone. I guess that's a good thing. Oh, few bits and what? Okay, few bits and pieces, I see. Welcome in, Schmoozer. How are you today? Thank you for the daily check-in and the contribution. Well, I don't think we will be doing much exploration here. So let's throw this yummy torso into the water. And let's do our best to jump right here. Wonderful. Oh, look at that oil, oil, oil. Yes, thank you. Hydrate and stretch. Honestly, I am leaning forward a bit too much because I can't really see anything. Okay, so where do we have to go is a great question. Well, let's throw this arm. Let's try to get here. I really can't see shit, I will be honest. So let's try to get out of here. Okay, we did it. I think we did it. Uh-huh. Oh, this is no good. Oh, this is really no good. Uh-oh. Oh, I can't get this. Okay, I was worried that I have to go all the way back there because I saw a loose box there. But indeed, we don't need that. How is my favorite independent monster doing? I'm great. I'm just being chased by this water creature. I think it wants to eat me. Or hug me. It's one or the other. I'm not sure yet. Okay, and now we put this here. And we move this. I'm a genius. Haha. Take that, monster. I mean the other monster. Okay, and now we take this and we put this. Oh shit! Ha ha! Victory! I really fucking hope so. Is there anything here worth mention? What the heck is that? Hollow needle. A strong surgical needle. Why would I need that? And who are you, Schmoozer? On this fine evening. So apparently the water creature does not follow us here. And we can't get through to the archive tunnels because it's locked with a simple lock. Hollow needle, I guess? Okay. I don't know how we did that, but okay. Something large brushed against his leg and he felt himself being dragged along by the current of the beast. He pushed himself above the surface. Help! He cried as the ocean swallowed him again. Oh, we are once again in the water. But apparently safe. You should hope it doesn't have tentacles, or else there is a third option for the creature. Maybe it has tentacles. Who knows? Well, ow! Just open the door on myself. What? Oh shit. Okay, understood, understood. Oh no. I think the game is trying to tell me that I should run. Understood. Understood. Obviously every door has to open towards me, because that's the way to go. Oh ho ho, let's run. Let's run. I'm not even sure what I'm running from, but let's run. I'm out of oil. That's fine. That's just dandy. Maybe I'm not even followed anymore, but I don't care. I'm just going with the flow, as they say. Back hole, yes, we're going back to the hole. He felt himself being hoisted out of the ocean. The lacquered hull of SS Horstendia glistered in the soothing warm yellow light of a setting sun. He turned his head to the calm ocean. It goes on so quickly. So I guess he was pulled from the ocean and with that survived. Me doing stupid things to myself the last days. Stupid things such as... Okay, let's see how we are. A wound is bleeding quite badly. Okay, let's take some laudanum. Few cuts and bruises, that's okay. My sanity is crystal clear after that. Don't ask me how. Anything here? Another thing, and B got a trophy, so let's look at that. We only earned one trophy so far, but here is the next one. Escape Artist. Escape the creature in the water in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. Really nice image. Once again, I love the artwork they made here, and also it seems they made different frames for the trophy icons. So here this is a bronze, and you can see that the edges, the frame around the icon is of bronze color. Here it's more silver-like, since this is a silver trophy. And this is the Escape Artist, and I get to actually read this text. But first let's check the chat. Barely sleeping and eating, that is no good. That is indeed no good. Why are you doing that? You know, you always take care of everyone around you, but you have to take care of yourself as well. You need to take much better care of yourself. So here's a hug, just for you. I hope your day will get much, much better. He felt himself being hoisted out of the ocean. The lacquered hull of SS Hortensia, the ship we were on to get back to Britain, I do believe, glistened in the soothing warm yellow light of a setting sun. So that means the ship did not sink, as I surmised. He turned his head to the calm ocean reaching towards the coast of Portugal and thought, is this another dream? Huh, interesting. So the way back wasn't so eventless. Thank you, well, you more than deserve it. And as always, if you want to talk, you can always join my chat or send me a private message if you wouldn't like to share something here. Alright, now we're back. Who knows where? I have a feeling we should go towards the left, so we are going towards the right. And let's see what we have here actually. For a moment I thought that's a corpse. But no, I think it's part of this really interesting statue. So it has human legs and a sort of centipede body with wings, and then the face of a child. Oh, I can touch the water. Yay! Splashy, splashy! Why can I do this? Okay, I guess we can do that. I thought I can pick up maybe the wings if those were broken off. Let me see why I am doing it. Not really on purpose. I met a vampire and staying awake doesn't feel exhausting. Same with the less sleep. Huh. What about no eating? I guess vampires don't need to eat necessarily, but they do need some sustenance. Now, this is a lovely place. Look at all that light! Oh, Daniel will really enjoy this place. Giant bird. Really quite Prussian. I just forget the time and with that to eat. I can understand that, but maybe set an alarm clock so you actually don't forget to eat. And some supplies for our adventure in this fine castle. This is more in one piece as the previous areas, so I feel like the shadow didn't made its presence known here just yet. Another birdie, lovely. And I don't have to waste oil here. Study, okay. Guest room, So we have once again a sort of hub word. What is this? Storage, okay. Good that I have some food, water, medication, reminder sounds. That's good. That is indeed really good. You should never forget to take care of yourself. Oh, there's actually a window there. That is really impressive to build something like that. And I can imagine real castles looking like this. Not to mention that chandelier is really nice. The only nightmare about it is replacing those candles. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. Please take care of yourself and enjoy your day. Now, what is here?
You have an ascending room. Will it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
So this will lead us to the inner sanctum, and I am assuming that means we will be descending rather than ascending. The only thing is, it will probably not work, because it would be too easy if I just pull this lever and it works. Called it. At least it's nice. Some lions with candles around them. Not sure why those are important, but again, nice details. And I think I saw yet another door somewhere nearby. Machine room. That would make sense that I have to go to the machine room to fix some sort of mechanical error here. But let's see our mementos. Find a way to start the engine that powers the elevator. Well, indeed, I think we have to go to the machine room. So let's go. Really nice design with the metal work there. It's logged. What a surprise. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Find the key that unlocks the door leading to the machine room. Alright, once again, we will have a long list of things to do. It's interesting how in the foreground you see these little specks of dust drifting in the sunlight. And further back, the same effect is played, but because these specks are so tiny, they seem to just glow in the background against the dark wall. It's a really interesting effect. Well, where do we have to go then? Where would the key be? But we don't have anything to go off of, so we can either go to any of these places or some of them will be closed. Let's go to the guest room first. I don't know why. Herbert's trunk was wrapped in rope. The lock had been broken by thieves, he assumed. He wondered if anything had been left considering all the hands it had passed.
My journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
Oh, this is interesting. His journal is missing. This seems to be a nice place. Nicely lit as well. What's that? Oh, look at that! It's a rabbit! It's a rabbit! Well, it's a taxidermy rabbit, but it's the closest thing we have to a companion. And also, I think I will need to refill my lantern if I want to check everything. This is a nice place. Well lit, cozy, like it. What's here? Not much. Ah, come on. Starting this again. Okay. If you want to play like that, I will absolutely try to get this back. I'm not sure if it's possible, but there's nothing stopping me trying. Okay, let's grab it. You know, if you can do this, it better be a trophy. I'm pretty sure it's not possible. Yeah, let's just say it's not. Okay, put these aside. Oh, come on! It was like this when I found it. Absolutely. Absolutely it was. What is this sound? Oh, the bugs again. Sound like a snake. Oh, I can't pull it out because of the candle holder. Well, do the best we can. Perfection. Alrighty, what do we have around here? Not sure if it was a bunch of thieves or a hurricane that went through here. Not much. Not much at all. More shirts. someone really likes his white shirt. Oh, nice. Tinderbox, thank you very much. Broken box. I am mildly confused, so let's see, what's this?
2nd of July, 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him.
Oh, this is interesting. So, Daniel was sent home. We know about that. And based on the little scraps of information, he fell into the ocean halfway, but he was saved. No Herbert, Dr. Herbert, I think, with the rest of the expedition continued, and then this happened. And when we came in, the little text was about actually Herbert's belongings and the fact that the lock on it was broken. So Daniel wasn't sure what remained of its content. Well, let's get ourselves nice and cozy. Lots of things underneath this bed, I have to say. Now, let's jump here and read.
3rd of July, 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, the day I was trapped inside the orb chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue. He finally visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
This is indeed really confusing. Now, it's clever to introduce some differences between the experiences of Daniel and an outside perspective, in this case Herbert's, how Daniel was trapped for an hour when it felt like minutes. So that's interesting. That again strengthens that sense of being lost and that madness spreading, which this game excels at. But the other thing is the orb. I thought that Daniel recovered the pieces of the orb. I think he actually says in his journal that he was pulled from that entrapment, that tomb, and he was holding the pieces of the orb. So it sounded like he broke the orb just by holding it, because the last thing that he mentioned was just holding the orb, and the next moment it's broken and it's held in his arms. So it felt like that he grabbed it and it just broke. But now apparently Herbert went back and recovered the orb. So are there two? Or everything we experienced, we just imagined? But then what are those pieces? And why are they changing form? Or maybe Herbert just imagined all of this. That's another possibility. But one thing that I certainly want to talk about, and I actually wanted to talk about a bit earlier, the door is stuck due to a broken lock. I understand. One thing that this game really excels at is the fact that...
Daniel? What? Still having nightmares, I see.
Yes, I can't shake them. They come every night.
We'll put a stop to them. You'll see.
Okay, I just wanted to check the pillows, but it's good to know that Daniel was here in the guest room, and in the middle of the night Alexander just appears. Not creepy at all. So one thing that this game is really, really good at is the fact that it gives itself time, and I greatly appreciate that the developers were brave enough to do that, because maybe I mentioned this in the first episode, but many games, many horror games, the developers try to rush the beginning of the game and really scare the player right away to reassure them that this is a scary game, that this is a horror game, right? But then it's really difficult to up the ante throughout the game. And if you, after the first initial scare, calm down a bit, that can feel almost boring. Here, however, the developers were really clever. They took a risk, certainly, but what they did in the beginning of the game, they started out calm. Everything is calm. You don't see any enemies, any monsters, anything. You just slowly find the notes, the journal entries. You start to figure out some things. There are some moments that might be considered as a scare, but they are really simple, like the wind opening a door, or a weird sound, or an earthquake, or something like that. So it's all easily explainable. Starting calm like Spooky's house. In a way, Spooky's house, I would say, starts not necessarily calm, but easy. In that game, when you start, it's really easy. You can really easily go through a lot of rooms, and then when you feel like, okay, it's just another hour and I will be done with this game, it starts becoming more and more difficult, and you have to start thinking about what you're doing. The water monster moving underwater reminded me of the mermaid. That is true. That is true. There are similarities. I honestly don't know what piece of media or game used this idea, the concept of an invisible enemy that you only see in the water, or maybe if you expand on that concept, you only see the environment react to it. So maybe it could work in fog or light or something, maybe in snow perhaps. But it's a bit like even the Predator, how in the first movie it has that camouflage, but when it falls into the water, I think it stops working. So it is a brilliant idea how you see the creature only by the footsteps really that it takes in the water. And it's really clever because, as I even mentioned, it is somewhat obvious that it's not a fish. It doesn't make a long kind of line or trail. It really is footsteps. You can see every individual footstep, and you can really quickly kind of piece it together in your head that this is no fish. This is something really quite different. But you can never see it. And actually it is teased earlier in the game. I think in the laboratory, when you look down, you can see something moving in the water. But that is just foreshadowing in a way. It seems like a simple scare, something spooky happening, but it actually makes sense because it is foreshadowing something that will happen. So that's again really clever from the developers. But it's great to see that even though I played through the first kind of segment of the game, it was able to build an atmosphere. It was able to make you not really want to be there, which is really good for a horror game. Because if you are worried or afraid of being in a location or maybe entering another room and you have to do it, that is kind of a thrill. That it's like, oh, I really don't want to go down to the basement, but I really do have to. That kind of feeling. And even in this second section through the water, we didn't get to see any monsters really. We see a few shadowy figures here and there moving. And we obviously know there is something that is following us. But you don't see it. And that's really clever. And that's why when I was going around, I noticed that they were able to make something really special in a horror game, because when you are walking just around in the water and you have to open the first gate, that is still a calmer kind of scenario. But still, if you miss a box and you are stuck on it a bit, you have to press the jump button longer, or you have to jump again to get on top of a box, which was, I'm pretty sure, intentional. It wants to mimic the physics of getting out of water. And so when you hear the footsteps splashing behind you, that's really good. Because you can't look back and you just feel exposed because your back is to the enemy. And later on when you get through the gate and you just have to run, you are just running and you're opening every door, and as I pointed out, every door obviously opens towards you. So you have to take a step back, but you don't want to. And that's good, because the game forces you to make actions, to do certain things that you don't want. And that puts you out of your comfort zone, and horror thrives on that. So it's really clever how you have this thrill of just running. And after a point, I'm pretty sure the creators could have gotten away with it. To a point, you would run even if there's no monster after like the halfway. You would just run, because you're in that moment, in that panicked mindset of, I have to get out of here. And that's great. And then again, it calms down. and you're in this place and everything is nice. And I really like that. Even though the developers play with you in a way. Because when you get through the initial water sequence, you find yourself in that hallway with the lit candles. And I even wanted to say that there's no way that I would get scared here. Because it's too bright. I can see everything. And then it turns out that's just a hallucination. And you're in the water again. And it's like, uh-oh, that's no good. So it's really clever. And I'm not sure if it will return in this game. But in a way, what the developers were able to do here is to install a certain sense of fear in the players whenever they see water. So if you see a submerged room or something, in that moment the memory returns that, uh-oh, maybe there is a monster here. I have to be careful. And that's really good. Oh, thank you for the pets. It's really nice. Still a really, really nice emoticon. Now, let's see. Picked up the crowbar. I'm not sure what was inside of this box. Maybe the wine. There's a lot of wine around here, but I'm not surprised with how many wine barrels we walked by. Crowbar, a tool allowing great leverage. It's also good for whacking things in the dark. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, and I actually have to move it? Oh, that's cool.
The key. Please, let it be here.
So this is interesting because it sounds like... It sounds like that Daniel lost his diary and now he's looking for a key, and also... How in the shit did we break a crowbar? This was either the most worthless piece of metal, or Daniel is really, really properly strong. In both ways, we are screwed. Alrighty, let's see. Oh! Come on, open up! Out it! Close! I'm not here. That seemed real-ish. Are you real outside there? Oh. Oh, okay. I think it is. It's just breaking down the door. I really hope it's not coming here for a new shirt. That would be awkward. Are you still outside there? Avoid looking at enemies for too long. It will drain your sanity and you will eventually be seen. How do I hide from something if I can't look at where it is? Did it leave? No, it did not. Did it leave now? Okay, I think it did. Okay, so apparently the enemies can use the doors just like I can. And it makes the same sound, which is lovely. Also, why do I have to worry about the crowbar if this thing can just walk in here and destroy a door? No trouble. But the hinges are still there. I love the details in this game. Okay, let's see what we have here. Come on. Okay, Whatever. What is happening here? Alright, let's check all the drawers. Shirts. I feel like this is just an obsession with shirts at this point. Yeah, I really feel like Daniel was looking for something around here. Is that just a hanger? Here too? It looked like a tiny switch, but apparently it's not. Okay, this is the third diary?
4th of July, 1839. It's done. The orb is assembled. I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
I'm curious where Daniel wrote this. I think back in Britain, in London, not here. But I'm not sure what kind of key he was looking for here. So I'm a bit confused about that, and also what happened to Herbert. But apparently Daniel managed to put together the pieces here. It's also, yes, indeed really strange if the pieces just merged together without adhesive. But I think we're done here. Which is good and also confusing, because I don't think I got anything out of this place except for context. He flipped through the Book of Monarchs looking for etchings and counted. 9 different kings from all over Europe had been depicted with an orb resting in their hands. Ooh! I don't think the creature would be here. That would be silly. So we have the study. Well, let's go to the study, I guess. Professor Taylor was the second death caused by his damned curiosity. Whose curiosity? The question is. And who was the first? Was there a third? There are so many questions. Okay, another lovely place. So it seems from this point on, the enemies are kind of real, and they are indeed keen on ending our adventure. So let's see what we can find. That's a lot of stuff. Ooh, what's that? Oh. What? I'm here, I'm all good. There's light. What's your problem, Daniel? I know I should light something, but I don't know what. That's not good. Isn't there a bigger light source somewhere around here? Apparently no. That was a funnel. But I don't need a funnel, apparently. Okay, let's put this here, let's put this here, let's put this here. Okay, let's light that, because Daniel will lose its mind before I get through this room. Thank you for that. Don't worry about the noises, just the neighbors' dogs. I don't even know if we have neighbors. But if we do, they certainly have dogs. Okay. This is a mess. Okay, piano. Still can't play on it. A shame. Box. Why do we have piles of clothes everywhere? What kind of study is this? This is atrocious. You can't work in such conditions. Okay. Vase, vase. I have no clue what these are still. And we have a knight? No, it doesn't look like a knight. It's a statue. Okay. So nothing of much importance. Some old relics. Well, I think there's nothing here that I really need. Next. Okay, seems okay. Let's find some light source. Good. Books, 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 books. That's lovely. I still feel like Daniel is a bit overreacting things around here. I mean, yes, there are some crazy creatures who want to rip off his face, but so far we are okay, mostly. Ooh, look at that. Nothing here. Books. Cobweb. Candle. Really interesting little corner piece here. There's not much here except for books and even more books. And this page. Letter regarding the discovery of an orb. To my most trusted student and friend, Johann Weyer. The most remarkable thing happened as I was traveling through the Prussian woods this summer. I finally found one of the orbs I have been looking for the last 20 odd years. It is as inexplicable as the Heliodromus described it in the Hortus Conclusus. It was, as it was told about, an underground Mithraic temple crowned with the unearthly artifact. The orb was big enough to fill my cupped hands, and the texture was smooth and jagged. At the same time? Okay. Its color washed white rich. Contrast is not enough to describe its nature. It was an impossibility, an artificial paradox captured within stone. I was staying in a nearby village called Olstadt, investigating one of the antiquated trails. When I finally found the cavern, I went inside, and suddenly I could verify the truth of these enigmatic artifacts. They were real. As you can understand, this is the most important discovery of my life, but it has also become my greatest fear. As I entered the underground chamber, I could feel that I was trespassing. Because of my curiosity, I did my best to fight these instincts and fetched the orb from its place. I scrambled out of the chamber and into the woods. I could sense something was following me. It bayed loudly as it closed in. The beast, this guardian of the orb, was relentless in its pursuit. I made my way to a nearby ravine, where I stumbled upon some men fishing in the lake. I tried to warn them as I passed, but fortunately they remained as I continued my escape. When I heard their cry of pain echo through the valley, I felt such a tremendous sense of relief, thinking I would be spared. Wow! I wanted to ask, why was it fortunate that the fisherman remained? Well, this guy thought he could get away. Not how it works, buddy. Suddenly a blue shimmering light engulfed me, and the colors of the forest were washed away before my eyes. I kept running through the bleak surroundings. The trees had turned charcoal black with leaves of cinder, the ground covered in murky water. I pressed on through the drenched land as the glowing ember gave way to the rising wind and rained on me. I could hear pleading screams in the distance, and I joined in as pain and fear overtook me. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. Now, this is really interesting, but because this is a letter, I kind of expect that this person survived. This certainly must sound strange, but I had been carried miles away across the Alps to a grassy field outside Genoa. The Guardian had taken the orb from me. The Guardian? Sometimes I lay awake at night listening for the howling cry I heard in the forest. It has been nearly a decade since that day, and I still haven't been able to write about the incident. The last time we spoke, you told me about your interest and ongoing research into the mythic orbs, and I realized I owed you the truth by my visit to Oldstead. Oh, so this is a warning. Your friend and mentor, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Oh, Agrippa. Wait, isn't that the person who we heard about visit this area? Because I think Oldstead was mentioned before. Let me actually look at the notes. Where was it? The folklore? Yeah, so this is Oldstead, so that is the same place. And here it is, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa visited this place at the start of the 16th century. However, I think it was said that he passed away some 10 years later, and he dismissed the notion of ever visiting Oldstead. So this is interesting. Who was this mysterious man who visited the sleepy hamlet in the woods, and what happened to him? Now, when I first read this, I thought that they were two different people. Someone was just saying, impersonating Agrippa, but apparently maybe not. Maybe he really went to Oldstead, but he had this nightmarish event happen, and so he denied that he was ever there. However, it is a great question who the Guardian is, because here it says that the Guardian had taken the orb from him, and also Johann Weyer, who is he? But that is indeed really interesting, a bit more lore. I like how the game expands on the story, but at the same time because you have to find the bits and pieces in this derelict looking castle, keeps the experience questionably stressful. Ooh, the cracked window panes are held together only by a weak wooden frame. And that is a tinderbox there. I want that tinderbox. Alright, let's see. Oh. Lovely.
Let's see what you have to offer. What a mess. I should have sharpened the saw, but I can sense it. It's definitely there.
Now here's the thing. If you want to cut something, always use a sharp saw or knife. Otherwise, it's just a mess. And also, I'm pretty sure that is not ketchup. So let's see what we have here. That is a dog head. Okay. And that is a rabbit. A bit crudely taxidermied rabbit. Oh, let's not set the rabbit on fire. This table was where Alexander killed dogs. Odd hobby, I must say. But we will figure out later or sooner what the reason behind that hobby was, because he said, let's see what they have to offer. Now you can learn about anatomy without hurting poor animals. The canine spine. For example, you can use that specimen. Chambers of the human skull. Understanding locomotion. So indeed he seems to be quite interested in anatomy. Milestones of human anatomy. Understanding balance. The canine jaw. Those are really nice drawings, by the way. I can move this. Perhaps it's too big for me. But again, it's a bit crudely constructed. Not a bad job. That's a bird, and I think there was another bird here. This is somewhat a cruel hobby, that is for sure. But in itself, taxidermy is not bad. Well, if carried out with some respect for the animal's life. I don't think these were created with such principles. Also, I don't understand why you need a shovel for this. What do you use a shovel for here? Oh, what's that? Another dog head. And this is actually not prepared at all. I don't think so. It looks like it's just a rotting head, but if it is and it's not taxidermied, then it shouldn't be here. It should be a skull by now with some skin dried onto it. However, it's not, so this must be fresh. Concerning. Animal experiment. 58 April 12. The 12th of April. I have to check. Canis lupus familiaris. So that would be Canis lupus, the dog. After a short study, it is clear that the agitation found among humans can be found in the dog. Fear and pain induce stress, which seems to trigger an endogenous response, causing the animal to burst with energy. I believe that the catalyst is produced in the brain. It is difficult to determine exactly where and what it is, but I can sense it. It reeks of cosmic genesis. There is an inherent problem in harvesting this energy, since the creature is bound to die from the exercise. I must refine this process of torture to enable any real work to be done. More experiments must be performed, but it seems that only human beings are able to produce the amount necessary. It might be their ability to appreciate the severity of the process that ultimately augments their experience of terror. So last time around, I do believe we found a little note back in the laboratory from Alexander, where he was looking for some sort of I'm not sure what some let me see how it was explained. Artificial VTuber? Maybe? I'm really not sure about the Latin words, I have to say. But here the idea was to use alchemy. But it didn't work, and it said early alchemy experiments. And here we have the animal experiment. So apparently, I'm not sure if this has a date, unfortunately no. He was trying to extract this element or solution or whatever it is, this cosmic energy, from living creatures, and apparently dogs and humans alike, they produce this when under stress and in pain. However, only humans are able to produce enough for the purposes of Alexander. So I guess the next step is to get some human subjects, and that might explain why he was ordering his men to abduct all kinds of people from the nearby village. You see, that makes sense. I even mentioned when I read those notes that whatever he wanted to do with those people was regardless of their gender or age, because it was said that they abducted or kidnapped men, women, and children. So maybe for this one specific purpose, but we will have to see. For now, let's see what's here. More drawings of dogs. Now I think if the drawings for the dogs was created during these let's call them experiments, then the same is true for the human drawings, which is concerning. Oh, what's that? Anatomy Frontiers, 1658 January 9, further disappointment. The antiquarian's latest findings yielded nothing. I'm still unable to grasp the inner workings of life and its relation to the power I sense within it. I shall pursue more books on the subject, but I suspect it will be in vain. Since no research has been made in my particular interest, I must attempt to fill that void myself. Clearly humans emanate more of the energy I seek, but I hope animals will suffice, as they would prove less of a haste to acquire. That is indeed interesting. Now, why it's interesting? Because first of all, Alexander talks about this, that he feels this sort of energy that I would presume humans don't feel. That is why there was no research in this particular field. Is that Alexander? It says A. So that's odd. He's either some sort of special human, but there was the rumor going around that he's immortal, so maybe he's more than human. That was nice. It's also really interesting how he mentions his hopes of animals being sufficient for his work. However, what is really beautiful with that is the reasoning behind it. Because normally you would think the reason is that he wouldn't want to hurt people, right? It's still better to hurt animals than people. But that's not his reasoning. His reasoning is working with humans and acquiring test subjects would be more of a hassle. And that's clever. That shows that Alexander has absolutely no respect towards human life, and he's not exactly troubled by the idea of murdering and torturing people. Alright. Well, I guess that's it. Well, indeed, you can study here. Nice place, plenty of space, and no oil in my lantern. However, there's an interesting little tidbit here. Even if Alexander did all these horrible, terrible things, that doesn't explain why Daniel is here and why there are these creatures running amok trying to kill me. But who knows, maybe we can figure that out. No, What? Who's talking to me? Trying to think. Trying to make some progress. So, I think the next thing we can do is break this glass, because this is weakened by the quakes. Let's get something we can throw at it. Maybe this box. No, I'm pretty sure I can break any window. Exactly. But I can break this window. Ha! I'm a genius. You are mine, Tinderbox. You know, someone mentioned in the previous episode that Daniel might have vertigo. But if that is true, he is really hating this right about now. Oh. That's probably just a bear. Oh, that's not a bear. There's gunk on the trees. Oh goodness. I'm pretty sure Alexander will be fined for that. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Yeah, that's no good. Okay, so we can go here. Oh, look at that, it's already broken out. How nice. Is there anything there, maybe? Not much. Alright, well. I guess I could fall down, but I don't think it would be good for my health. So let's not. Now let's see what we have here. Dot dot dot, indeed. Those look like gears? What's this? Elevator renovation plans. Oh, that's exactly what I need. Great. Uh-huh. Let's close this just for my safety. And let's see what we have around here. Come on. Good. It's one thing to be mad and it's one thing to be untidy. Chamber controller. Oh goodness, don't tell me I have to understand that. Using steam power for elevation. Wonderful. Oh, it's a cog. There's actually plenty of cogs here. When will it be my turn? Have I not shown restraint? My patience spans centuries. From where I came, mankind is not even wasted a breath. Yet I bow to them. I have done so much for you, and I have gained nothing in return. Agrippa, I trusted you. It was I who, in all fairness, should have entered that gate. Oh, that's interesting. Agrippa? Is this something that Alexander said? But it was mentioned that Agrippa was visiting this area, but not the castle. Emergency decelerator. You mean a brake. That's really useful, actually. Let's not forget to fix that as well, just in case. Alright, I need some light. Thank you. A little workshop here, lovely. Books. Don't know what happened with that door, but I don't really want to know. Oh, a barrel contains less than half a lantern worth of oil. Let's see how much is that exactly. After pressing every button on the controller before I find the one I'm actually looking for. Refilled lantern with a little amount of oil. The barrel contains no oil. That's okay. We have the oil, and that's the important tidbit. And another cog, and what's that? Picked up flow cycle rod. Okay, whatever that is. We have it. Oh, here comes the fun part. Elevator machine instructions. Okay, let's take it one line at a time. If the elevator breaks down again, indeed it did, make sure to use the steam engine to build up pressure before channeling it into the machinery. Great. It's kind of a problem that this is the first sentence and we're already lost. Where is the steam engine? But okay, let's go on. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The meters should read up 8 and down 8. I'm sure this will make sense later on. Let's not get caught up in the details. Worst thing that you can do with a steam engine is to blow yourself up, I mean. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Okay. Trinity Steam set functions, 4-phase amplitude, complete steam flow cycle. That's a lot of words. I'm not sure of their meaning. Note that the machine will not check proper configuration until all the rods are inserted. Alright. So I guess this thing that I found, a machine part made out of wood and metal, this is a rod. So I feel like this is a good thing we have it. Not necessarily sure. But hey. We have it, so the worst thing that can happen is we don't use it. Except I don't think that's a possibility. Why can't I close you? Thank you. Okay, so what is this place? It's... Oh, wait. I understand. This is where we could have reached. This is the same collapse, just the other side of it. Alright, so we went around. Makes sense, thank you. So I'm guessing the only way back is on the same path. That must be a really big bear. Maybe I should run. Okay. One trick that would be lovely if they show something. Maybe an enemy or a shade or a shadow, something walking by here. Because the glass, the window is between you. But you can't hide from it. You have to face it for a moment. But I think they wanted to highlight the ginormous bear outside, and I mean that's a good point. Letting the player know that indeed you do not want to get out of the castle necessarily. Okay, so I think I did everything here. Hopefully. I'm not sure, but maybe we can get back here. Sir William Smith had been marked. There was no way for him to know that the young man from the other day cast such a terrible shadow. I'm starting to get a bit lost about the story, I have to say. William Smith. Who was William Smith? Not here. No, this is not that. Daniel's diary? No, this is about Herbert. Smith. I don't remember any Smiths around here. Wilhelm, no. Local folklore, no. Interesting, I'm not sure. However, there's one tidbit that I want to check. And that is the dates. Here another name is mentioned, Abdullah, but that's not the same, and also that was one of the men traveling with them on the expedition. So here's the thing. This return diary is from 39 June. Right? Both of them. And then the revelation about what happened to the people who remained in Algeria, that is July. So that's the next month. July 3rd and then July 4th. Now the note to self is August. So we are getting closer to when Daniel arrived to this castle. Now so far
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shade will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
So that was Herbert, the person we went to the expedition. But I guess this is the only place we can go to. Nothing else remains. So let's go to the storage. He panted heavily, trying his best to keep himself from screaming. The medicine cabinet had been overturned and lay collapsed on the floor. He reached through the broken glass door and grabbed all the sedatives he could find. Where was this? That's a really good question. Cabinet door. Alright, this will be fun. So far, so good. I have to say, they certainly nailed the dark place that you do not want to enter atmosphere. Well, thank you for that. Greatly appreciate it. That's one door. Let's light some of these because I mean it. This is pitch black equipment. Okay. What's this way?
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
I would think that was one of the kidnapped villagers. So maybe we heard one of their screams earlier on from the wine cellar. A door. Won't budge, that's good. Machine parts. Well, of course it is. Caved in. But that's alright. Also, I like that during the flashback or hallucination, I'm not sure what it was, I lowered the lantern so we don't use up the oil, and the game reminded me not to stay in the dark for too long because you go insane. Okay, so what did we scratch down this time? An important key is hidden in the guest room. Where did we learn that? The rubble from the cave-in is hindering further passage in the storage. Find a way to get through. What? It's okay, don't worry, I will come back. I'm just thoroughly confused. In the guest room. The strange letter frightened him, but it was also the only one which offered some comfort. I feel like this is a letter Daniel received. Alright, so where did I learn that there's an important key in the guest room? I remember... Find the key that unlocks the door leading to the machine room. I do remember that. I do not remember anything about the guest room. Well, I was in that room. He flipped through the Book of Monarchs. Oh yes, this is the orb. So wait, every time you go through the same loading screen, you get the same text? So they are somehow connected to the place. Okay, well, Oh wait, maybe Daniel thinks that there's an important key here because of the flashbacks that sounds like that Daniel is looking for a key, that it is lost. Well, I guess we have to look around to find it. I think we actually hear that. Why is this sideways again? I think when we go through here, that's the time Daniel says that he's really hoping that the key is somewhere here. So let's hope that the key is indeed somewhere here. I don't want to waste the oil, so let's not use the lantern. But this also explains why this place looks like it was rummaged through, because indeed it was rummaged through. You know, makes perfect sense. Come on. Not a thing. But if there is a hidden key somewhere, where is it? I don't know why, but I'm still suspicious of this thing. Okay, yeah. Good old trick behind the painting.
Oh, thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
Yeah, it is. If you hit it and you don't even remember it. What the heck is this? It's a key in a flask. Good old Terminator 2 kind of key requirement and solution to it. Take Reed's machine room. Well, that was easy. Professor Taylor was the second death caused by his damned curiosity. Again, I'm not sure about all these names, but I'm starting to think that every tidbit here is linked to these orbs, and it just happens to be that Daniel is the latest of the people who found an orb. Though it's a good question if there are multiple orbs, because in one of the texts it was mentioned that multiple, I think 9 European royalties were painted or depicted in paintings holding orbs. Now, those could be the same, but not necessarily. But there's also the idea of 2 orbs, one that Daniel found broken and the other one that Herbert found or recovered. And then there's the one that Agrippa found, so I'm not sure what's up with these orbs. It's locked, alright, because I need the key, and I have it! Sir William Smith had been marked. There was no way for him to know what the young man from the other day cast such a terrible shadow. Okay. Lovely place! Absolutely lovely. Well, there's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Right? That's some serious pipe work. I mean, look at all the lanterns. Everything is fine here. This is one of the nicer places, I must say, in this castle. What? The darkness is closing in? That's why we have the lanterns! Don't be silly. Okay, so these are the drawings. Ooh, I guess the pressure. Indeed, the pressure is nicely explained here. And that was the last of the oil. So let's just light these so I can actually see. I have a feeling we will have to return to this place later. So this is what we have to put together, and it said it has to be 8 up and 8 down, so indeed it now makes sense. We have to add these together. These are Roman numerals, so that is 3 3 5 1 2 4, and that is 1 5 6 5 2 2, and I guess we have to do it in a way that the sum of the top row and the bottom row are both 8. What's this?
5th of July, 1839. Today I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
Oh. Now wait a moment, let's try to piece this together. So Daniel went to the university to sneak into Herbert's office. Now this is after Daniel learns about the doomed ending of the expedition and Herbert disappearing. And this Professor Taylor is apparently somewhere working at that university. And there's Sir William Smith, who is mentioned by name, and it is said that Daniel asked for his expertise. Maybe he was the geologist? Which one is that? Revelations 1? No. Revelations 3? No. I will find it. Here it is. Yesterday I took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today I confirmed my suspicion they were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith, on the 25th. And then July 5th, as he said, less than a fortnight, which is 14 days, had passed since I asked for his expertise. So William Smith was killed. And that's why the loading screen says that William Smith was the second person he got killed. So that's Daniel who got him killed. And the wordplay with what kind of shadow he cast was actually referring to the shadow that is following Daniel. So if I'm correct and putting this together correctly, then the expedition and everyone in the expedition was killed by the shadow, but the shadow was following Daniel. But just like in the case of Agrippa, how the shadow killed the fishermen who were completely irrelevant to the event and the orb disappearing because Agrippa took it, the shadow didn't care. It kills everyone along the path. And maybe because Daniel went to this geologist, the shadow killed the geologist as well. And in a way, Daniel got away because Herbert sent him back to London. Now, it might be that it was the shadow that tried to kill Daniel on the ship, but he was rescued by someone on the ship, I think. And I'm assuming the same way how Daniel got here, the shadow followed him, and that's what is eating up the castle slowly but surely. But it doesn't explain the creatures. Are the creatures also the workings of the shadow, or that's something else? Yeah, that's the back hole. I need oil. I love these lanterns, they are so nice. And this is a lovely place. It is claustrophobic and it's dark, but I love the machinery. I still don't know, however, where I have to put this rod. And I have a feeling this machinery is more complicated than just pulling a few levers in the other room. So let's figure out what we have to do here. Where's the lantern? Here's a lantern. What is this? Flow. Cog. Interesting. Machine equipment memo. Note that there are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. Oh, that's the one I actually have. This one. So apparently, I guess the idea is that you should go to the guest room first, find the key, go here actually, find this note, and then go to the study and to the storage, because the other 2 are apparently in the storage. What's this?
14th of July, 1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle. Signed, Alexander." What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
Did you hear that? Let's look at it again. Here it is. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights, dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. So, apparently Daniel sent letters to the people whose addresses he found in Herbert's address book, and that's how he found Alexander, the Baron of Brennenburg. And apparently we need 2 other rods from the storage, so obviously we can't skip that place. But so far we are doing okay-ish. What else do we need? You know, the last thing I want to do is go in there, but has not much of an option. So we're doing it.
17th of July, 1839. How has this escaped me? They're all dead. Limbs scattered, heads split down the middle, their skin flayed as if boiled. I feel like I'm falling into myself. What's happening? Sir William Smith, Professor Taylor, now Dr. Tate. Is it following me? How can it not be? It's the damn thing I brought from Africa. Something is after me. I have no choice but to trust the Baron. He better know what he claims. If he is wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well.
Alright, so he actually realized what was going on, which is interesting. So Sir William Smith was the geologist. Then Professor Taylor apparently died. He was the professor he talked to at the university when he went to, well, break into Herbert's room or office. I guess in a way you could say Herbert himself and the entire expedition could be on this list as well. And he also mentioned Dr. Tate, who was the doctor he went to get some sedatives to sleep better. So maybe the loading text in the storage about how the cabinet was, the medical cabinet was matched, and how he reached through the broken glass to get every sedative he could, maybe that was at Tate's office? But that would be odd, because most of the time the shadow in a way is one step behind Daniel. So Daniel goes somewhere and then the person he met with dies. In the case of William Smith, it was, as Daniel put it, less than a fortnight later, but it was like 10 days or something like that. So this is interesting, but I like the idea that he realizes that something is wrong, and then he says, I have no choice but to trust the Baron, so he will go to Prussia to Alexander. But there is this idea how he turns around his situation in a way that if he's wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well, because based on what Daniel knows, if the Baron cannot help or protect Daniel, then he will be killed by the shadow as well. So that is interesting. Putting together the pieces of the story. I'm wasting so many of these tinderboxes, but hopefully that's okay. That's a lot of things that I don't fully understand, but that's fine. I guess I have to put some sort of fuel in there to boil, well, to actually burn and then use that heat to boil the water to create steam. Well, let's get how much we can. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of oil. That's a lot of oil. I am one happy Daniel here. And I think this is coal, so this will be the fuel that we will be using. So we have to do something here that I'm not sure about. We need 2 additional rods from the storage, and we need to figure out the puzzle with the levers, but I don't think we necessarily need any additional items for that. We just have to be pulling the levers until the sum of the numbers end up being the right combination. So this is so far safe. Here it is. The medicine cabinet had been overturned and lay collapsed on the floor. So based on this description, Daniel, it almost sounds like Daniel went to Dr. Tate, but by the time he arrived, the shadow killed the doctor, which would be odd and unlike the previous murders. Splashy, splashy. This is how you can scare an Amnesia player. Just splash some water, they will jump out of their skin. Heh. Now let's go to the storage. I guess that's where the scary spooky things will happen, because so far this area was kind of calm-ish. The strange letter frightened him, but it was also the only one which offered some comfort. So that is the letter that Daniel received from Alexander. Now this is interesting again, how the loading screen messages give you bits and pieces of the story. It's not... Let me find the right word. It's not straightforward in the way that you can go to a number of locations at the same time. So for example, here I could go to the study, the storage. I could also get to the guest room. And because I didn't go in the order that I would need to, I didn't find the key in the guest room right away, so I didn't visit or didn't get access to the machine room. I was missing some of the story, some of the context, and so I couldn't really understand the loading screen texts here and there. And also there are a lot of names and I just get a bit confused by them, but that's on me. However, what I like is the developers didn't make the loading text random. So it's not just randomly thrown at you, and also it doesn't only happen once. So if you go back, then you get the same text and you can put it together with the knowledge you have later on that, oh, that's why that is. So it's not bulletproof. You still have to think and maybe go back, and I'm sure I miss a few details here and there. For example, how Daniel realized that Professor Taylor got killed or how he learned about the murder of the doctor, Tate, I think his name was. Maybe those are just mentioned once in those journal entries, I'm not sure. But I think if you want to understand the game and you give it some thought, then it really nicely fits together, much like the orb in the journals of Daniel. So let's see. Actually, I'm curious, where is this orb? That's one thing we don't know, because apparently Daniel had its pieces and he put it together, or put them together. So where's the orb? I'm sure he took the orb here to Alexander. So we have the equipment, we have the machine parts, but that's no good, and we have this place. Excuse me? It's really freaking dark in here. Oh, of course the torch is missing. Well, of course it is. Oh, you little... Okay, let's check everything. Yeah, really nice. We have tinder boxes everywhere. Drill part, okay. Well, I can see shit. Well, I can see shit, and I'm not happy about it. Okay, so there's our resident spooky creature. Ooh, tinderbox. Look, there's no stopping a kleptomaniac. No amount of spooks can stop me from taking all of your tinderboxes. That's light, Daniel, calm down. The thing is, I never know if the creatures are gone or they are just somewhere in the shadows. But I will say that they are gone. Alrighty, so we found the drill bit. Not sure why that is good, but we found it. It's really important to not make much noise, because obviously the creature can hear it. But then again, that would only make sense if I cared about the creature, which I do not. So, wrong button. Let's see what we have towards here. Okay, let's actually light this. That's much help. Really freaking dark down here. Oh no, more of these freaking barrels. What is this? Primary. Primary what? Do we have any lanterns here? Secondary. Okay. I'm just lighting everything at this point. Alright, so this is the basement, that's obvious. Let's light this as well, so at least I know my way around. So we have 2 specially marked barrels, and we have 2 doors. Let's check this door first. Nice little room, I like it. What's that? Drill part. Some items can be combined in the inventory. You drag and drop one onto another to attempt a combine. Why am I trying to make a drill? Part of a broken hand drill. Drill part, drill part. Let's leave it like that until I actually figure out why I want the drill. Because so far I'm not following. But hey, I have a drill. It might be useful. Might be not, who knows. It's so dark that I would not be surprised if I just walked right into one of these lovely guards or whatever they are. Look, I understand that the cries of a child is distressing. It's a form of torture after all, but still, calm down with it. Okay, tinder boxes. At least they give us plenty of tinder boxes. I respect that because I certainly need them in this dark. I'm really running out of oil. Even though I really was trying to preserve as much as I could. Now, why is this place important is the big question. Oh, laudanum? Tinderbox? Oil! Yes! Okay, let's see. Why do we have so many boards here? That's odd. Why is this place important? Sawdust, boards. Who needs so many boards here? Huh. Look at all those boards. They either needed a lot of coffins, or I'm not sure. Oh, there's another door here. Good to know. I completely missed this one. Any creatures in here trying to spook me? Good luck. Okay, close the door. Light the lights. I'm really not envious about craftsmen who lived in these centuries. Imagine working by this candlelight. I mean, reading by a candlelight is nice and you can find your way around with them around. At least I can in my shop, but doing precise things and trying not to cut up your own hands, not easy. Another drill part, that's wonderful. So we found a drill part here as well. Will we see who's making all that noise? Yes, I kind of just remembered that a door was here. Apparently this is not the door that led to the way back, because I thought it was. That's about that. I thought I'm doubling back. Apparently I just walked into a new place and what are these bricks? Why are we making bricks all of a sudden? Maybe they need the bricks and the wooden boards to repair the castle? Regarding explosive mixture. Alexander, I have prepared the explosives you needed for clearing the flood drain. I can't stress enough how important it is that the mixture is handled with care. Please try to tell your feather-brained servants this before you go ahead with your plans. The liquids are not by themselves explosive and should be kept separated to avoid further mishaps. I guess someone blew themselves up. I have arranged 2 large vats in the next room for the ingredients. All you need to do is mix the liquids and you are ready to go. Agrippa. Oh, that's lovely. So those are the barrels. Oh, that's the way I came from. Okay, so I guess the idea is that I take this. No use, the valve has rusted shut. Okay. That wasn't part of the plan. I guess use the drill. Put the drill together first. That's actually a good idea, I have to say. That's not a bad idea. I just don't know how you can do that. You see? How do you drag and drop? Oh, like that. Small carpenter's drill. I mean, that's one way to get inside of it, so... This is not explosive by itself. Picked up partially filled pot. Now here's the trouble. If I mix in the second, then it will be explosive. That's troubling, but hey, I'm sure this will be okay. Partially filled pot. It is filled with one of the two ingredients for creating the explosive mixture. No hole has been drilled yet. Well, open it. Oh, come on. Alright. Let's drill it. Don't float too quickly. I'm sure this is fine. If you're just letting this chemical flow through I don't know how many feet through the air and just splash right into the other chemical. That's okay. Picked up explosive. Look. If there are any creatures who would like to mess with me right around now, I would like to state that I have an explosive mixture in my backpack. And if you don't want to blow up, you leave me alone right now. A highly volatile mixture. That sounds safe. I actually do remember such a sequence in the creator's previous game. That was fun. Okay, so put this here. Don't stand too close to the blast when the explosive goes off. Okay, and how do I make it go off? Just wait. I guess we're waiting. Well, they are mixed together. You know, this is why working with explosives is terrifying. Because when it works, that's great, but when it doesn't work, now that's the problem. Because now I don't know if I can go there safely or not. And who's crazy enough to even go there if it can blow up any moment? So I have an idea. What if I throw something at it from a far enough distance? Okay, did it really miss it? No problem, we have another box. I can do this all day long. Ow! Don't blow up, don't blow up. Ah! Haha! My genius worked! I'm pretty sure every creature in a 10-mile radius heard that. So it's time to move on. Oopsie daisy. Okay, do we have any light sources? We do, wonderful. What's that? More tinder boxes? I love those. Okay, let's check if there's something behind the barrels. Nothing behind the... Oh, wait, there is something behind the barrels. Haha. Can I get some oil, maybe? Daniel doesn't really like the dark. That's the problem.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
That was it. I was expecting a bit more. Machine parts, okay. There was something in this corner, candle. Another torch. I can't lit a torch every 2 steps. Oh goodness. Give me more tinder boxes. Okay, rugs, tinderbox. Anything I can lit up maybe? Not much. Another tinderbox. Thank you for the tinderbox. You see? You just have to ask. Ask and you shall receive, as they say. Bread? Rotten apples? Tinderbox? Odd. Okay, I think there was one candle. There was one candle somewhere, but we are not finding it. Okay, we need more oil, understood. Oh. That explains a lot. Well, actually that explains that this is some sort of pantry. It doesn't really explain why we have the machine parts in the pantry. I'm not sure why they paid attention to give physics to the pig parts, but okay. Not questioning it. So that was one door. Oh shit. Tactical barrel. Tactical barrels. What oil is happening? Look, I have my priorities, okay? Uh-huh. So I'm not going there, understood. I thought it would break through, but apparently it did not. Alright, no door on this side, apparently. This looks like almost a roof. Machine parts. Alright. Again, it's a clever and twisted idea from the developers that to show, or not show, to convey the idea of someone being tortured to the players. The developers chose a female character and a female voice actor, because that hits different. Machine parts. Okay. Alright. What the heck just happened? What's this? Ow! Well, surprise, silly me. Fire burns. The chains actually have physics. Fucking love it. Okay, that was a good scare. I have to give it to them, that was a good scare. Nice scream also. However, again, we heard screams before, we heard this female voice or maybe another female voice before. But I'm curious, will we ever get to see what happened, really, and where these tortures took place? In case of a missing rod, If a full set of 3 rods is unavailable, there is 1 rod in the inner study rooms which might work in case the elevator breaks down again. Unless it is absolutely necessary, always use the spare rods in the storage before using a mended one. Because if it breaks, well, that's no good in an elevator. I'm not even oh shit. I'm not even sure who's making the sounds at this point. Okay. Well, great news, we have to follow it. But, luckily, I lit enough things to actually see something without using my lantern. Not sure what it is, but we have to follow it. I'm pretty sure this thing broke out of that one room where we couldn't open the door and it was being banged on from the inside, and I'm actually curious what is in that room. However, to get there, I have to first figure out where this lovely creature is going. Uh-oh. That's no good. Run! Run like the wind! Okay. Tiny peephole. Okay, so it's coming back here. You don't want to check this door. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Huh. I almost thought it would come towards this door. That wouldn't have been funny. Then again, I hope I can run faster than whatever this thing is. So I think the only way I can deal with this situation is by not going after the creature, but rather going around the creature. So we are going here on this side, and the creature will go around on the other side, and hopefully it won't notice us. Now, I wouldn't say that this necessarily makes the player paranoid, but it certainly is a tad bit stressful. Okay, I think it's okay. Yeah, just back into a room that I don't even know. That's a good idea. Especially if a monster or creature or whatever came from there. I don't like to call it a monster because I don't really know what it is, so it might not be a monster. I am a monster, but I am certain of that. This thing, I'm not sure what it is. Oh, for fuck's sake. There's nothing here that I can light up. Now I have to wait on the creature to come back around. Calm down, Daniel. Okay, let's just go for it. If I run into one of them, ooh, I will not be happy. Well, shit. That was perfectly timed. That raid was perfectly timed. Wow. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. We are in some serious trouble. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, 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 oh. Just a moment. I have to go. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. That hurt my backside. A great lot. Uh-oh. Welcome in the Raiders. I'm dead. Darkness can act as a cover. Yes, it can. Let me see. Moth attack. Thank you for the moth attack. Welcome in Visalia. Artes, Aiden, how are you all doing? Kipino, Agent, everyone is here. That indeed. First time I died in the game. How are you all doing and what were you up to, Visalia? I see you were streaming just chatting. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Doing good, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you for the daily check-in. And a boob. That's not a nice way to greet me, but I take it. We finished the cozy game and had a cozy chat. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Now stop it before I bite down your finger. Oh, you got very cozy. That's wonderful. But I'm really cozy in this game when I'm not being chased by some interesting creature with a really odd jawline. Where am I? Oh, I guess I shouldn't have just ran in to the monster like a madman. So let's build a little barricade and see where the lovely creature goes. Where am I? The amnesia is real. Indeed, it's really real. All I know is we're playing as Daniel from London. The rest, it's a mystery. I would love to just climb up there, but I don't think that's an option for me. So somehow we have to go around our friend here. It still won't budge. But maybe if we take this femur, we can fight off the enemy. But I'm really not sure if that would work. Oh no, the British! Oh, well, we are actually in Prussia. I'm sorry, got a raid and run, but see you soon, Dreadist. Thank you so much for the raid. And I understand if you have to raid and run, you had a busy week. But let me wish you a wonderful weekend. And to all the wonderful raiders, let me remind you that in case you've been sitting and staring at the screen for a long time, please take a moment to get yourself something to drink, eat, take a few stretches, and don't forget to take good care of yourself. And if you need to go, I obviously understand, but if you decide to stay, then welcome in. I'm the Dreadist, a monster right now playing Amnesia, the Dark Descent, and exploring the horrors of this legendary game, because, fun fact, I only ever played this game once before, and honestly I forgot most of it. Indeed, the amnesia is real. But now I am playing it on the PlayStation, so I can get some trophies along the way. Yes, the amnesia is real. Professor Taylor was the second death caused by his damned curiosity. Now we know he is actually Daniel. That was probably just the shadow, don't worry about it. Nah, let's see. That's slightly odd. First of all, I remember this with less blood, less gooey stuff, and one fewer dead person. Otherwise, it's still the same. Can I still splash in it? Ah, no, I can't. A shame. Okay, so... Ooh. So apparently I'm not going back, not like I wanted to. So that was the guest room, that was the study, and that was where I came from. And that was the storage where we found the 2 missing rods that we need to get the elevator to work. And that's exactly what we are trying to achieve now. As you can see, I'll be running through, my internet is dying. Wish you good luck. Thank you so much, Ates. Have a wonderful day. So as you can see, this foolish elevator is not working for us. So we have to somehow fix it. And fix it we will. Now we need to figure out 3 puzzles here. I'm not entirely sure how, but I will try to do my best. So I already lit all of the lanterns here, so I don't have to waste all of my remaining oil. No one is coming. Calm down. So this is the first, the pressure. Now we actually have a note about this. Elevator machine instructions. I think this, indeed this was it. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The meters should read up 8 and down 8. So that means we have to get this, I do believe, in a way that the summary of the numbers are 8, both up and down. Now my idea, because 8 is a relatively low number and we have 6 levers, I think that the levers with really high numbers, for example here 5, those should actually look the other way, or should be pulled the other way. So this is down, that is also a 5, that is too much, because if there's a 5 there, you only have 3 left to work with. It could be possible, but this is my theory so far. So this should be up, but that's a problem, maybe. Or not? No, that's only 4 so far. Okay, so let's go down here because that's 4, and let's try to start with this. So we have 3 and 1 up, that's 4, and we need an additional 4, in which case we are screwed because the only 2 remaining would either give 3 or 2. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what we have down. We have 4 and 2, so that's already 6. And we could give 1 or 2. The 2 would be good, but the 1, if I pull this up, that won't be enough. So this is not working like this. This is no good. How could you look at this differently? Let's say that we don't use 5s. That's the only thing I don't use. So 5, 5 and 5, these ones we rule out. That's too much. In this case, we don't rule out the 4 up. So that's 4, 1 and 3. That's actually 8. That's wonderful. Here we have 6. That's too much, because 6 plus 1 is 7, plus 2 is 9, so that's too much. Okay, I'm pretty sure we can rule out 6. That's way too much. But the 2 5s, that's a good question. So 5 and 4 cannot be at the same time. That's a given because we need 8. So this has to go down. If this is a 5, then I don't think there will be a 3 necessarily, even though that introduces a 5. I think we will need to use one of the 5s. And from the 2 that I can choose, one will be 5 down, the other one will be either 3 up or 1 up. If I use the 3, then up we already have 8, and that's no good because we have levers left. So let's say that this goes down, and this is up. So far, we have 6 up, and we have 7 down. Then I can pull this up. That will be 8 up, and this one down will be 8 down. The flow is even and stable. Wonderful! I figured it out. Nice, thank you. So we have one thing fixed. Next thing is the 3 rods, which might not be much of a puzzle, but we'll see. Yes, I always close the door behind me, giving me some false sense of security. So here we have 3 holes, and it says flow. That's a lot of letters just to say flow, but okay. So we have the 4-phase amplitude rod, the Trinity steam rod, and the flow cycle rod. Each a machine part made out of wood and metal. Okay. Do we have anything in the notes about this puzzle? Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity steam, 4-phase, complete steam flow cycle. Now that's interesting because based on this, I would say the triangle is here, the square is here, and the cycle is here. But the note says otherwise. Based on the note, the Trinity would be the triangle because that means 3. The 4-phase would be the square since 4 sides, and the complete steam flow cycle would be the circle. So we are going triangle, square, circle. Really PlayStation of you. So triangle, square, and circle, I think. Let's hope we don't blow ourselves up. That was the wrong item. Yeah? Did we do it? Do I have to do something here? Maybe? Not sure. Or maybe I should just actually set them in the way that the icons show. So let's try that. So if we follow the icons, then this is the Trinity, this is the 4-phase, and this is the cycle. All the rods are in place. Okay, so apparently just look at the symbols and don't care about the note. That's fine. Okay, the steam is here, that's wonderful. Next puzzle! We are just flying through these puzzles, I like it. Now this is the last one. Not sure what the puzzle is here, I will be honest, but we'll figure it out. So we have this. And let's start with the part we understand. So we have this furnace. I think it's a furnace. There is nothing in the burner for it to ignite. Indeed, so we need coal. And there's plenty of coal here. So let's take this shovel. I'm really not sure if this is the way the developers intended, but this is the way I'm trying to do it right here and now. So let's get some coal. Come on. Don't be so... Okay, let's try some coal from here maybe. I know it's not the way it should be, but I can't get the darn thing to move in the way I want it to. Okay, let me try to do it like this. Okay, so let's shovel. No, come on, don't fight it. Okay, maybe this is not the way to do it. Maybe I just have to pick up a piece of coal and just throw it inside the burner. Yeah, that makes much more sense actually. The burner needs more coal. Wow. Alright, I bring you more coal. Shit! There it is. Go, how much coal do we have? Oh, we have plenty of it. Thank you for the Irish Mooser. That brings up a good point. That I'm still on a campaign of sorts to unlock my next T emoticon, and you can help by activating the Hydrate routine. Now, the game said that the burner is full, but obviously I will absolutely disregard that and put more. No need to add more coal. Don't tell me what is needed. Also, let me try if I can actually grab this shovel and take that piece of coal on it. Come on, engine! Fun fact, something I mentioned before, this game uses Friction Games' in-house game engine. So this is not Unreal or Unity, this is something special. I think it is called the HPL engine. Nah, let's see if this works. Nice! Let's close it! And that's that. Okay, next thing. Now we, I guess, have Steam. Except I'm not sure. Now this looks like some sort of a turbine, so this should move, but there's this wooden piece here? Is that supposed to be here? Oh, maybe I just have to pull this lever. The machinery needs more work before it will run. Work? What do you mean more work? Move! Move! Okay. Do I need to put more coal in it? I don't think so. But hey. Add more coal. Why not? No need for it. Okay, I tried. Oh, maybe these. But there are missing cogwheels to be fitted. I thought these were little levers or rods. Apparently we are missing some... I thought I saw something there. We are missing some cogs. So let's get some cogs. Here's a one cog. Not sure where this will fit. Not in this space. Oh, there it is. Okay, we have to find some cogs apparently. Wait, I thought I already refilled my oil here. Maybe. just maybe, this is an infinite oil barrel. I know, it's crazy to think, but what if that's the case? Amidst all of this madness, maybe I found the treasured secret, the infinite, bottomless oil barrel. Alright, let's see if this fits. No, apparently. Okay, so you don't have to really figure out, well, where the cogs go. They just kind of go to their own one separate spot and that's it. That sounds too generous for frictional games. Indeed, that does. The only thing I struggle with in this game is the oil. Because even though I am trying to save as much as I can, I barely have any. And what is interesting is, in many games, I try to be overly cautious. So for example, when I played the remake of Resident Evil 3, I remember that even though I played on not even hardcore difficulty, I think it was above that, maybe it was Nightmare, I rather rerun certain parts so I don't use up my medkits, because I didn't want to get myself in a really tight situation or get myself soft-locked. And that's just how I play games. I rather suffer a bit more to get a good start in the game than to just use up everything I have and then arrive to the ending of the game completely exhausted and have to restart everything. And I remember that, I think it was on the hardcore run, I arrived to the final boss and my entire inventory was just full with medkits. And it was ridiculous because I didn't need half of it. So I was just swimming in it, meaning that I overshot what really the difficulty required. Here I'm doing the same thing, and even though I am trying to save the oil, I only have a few. I have like 2 little refills and that's it. So in this one game, being really careful with how much of your resources you use up is important, because another thing, I have some of the medical laudanums, but that's something I didn't really need to use so far. I'm not sure how you can get hurt and not killed. But even with the tinder boxes, I had like 4 at a time and I just started to use less. So this is an interesting thing, how seriously this game takes inventory management in a way. Yep, sounds like Resident Evil Remake, alright. I struggle with that game, especially on the Nightmare run. Alright, so are we good here? I think yes. No, there is only one way up. Okay, I understand. I'm running, but I'm not running because apparently I can't run for some reason, but I would be running if I could. Okay, so ouch! Shit! Yes, this is how you can get hurt. Understood. The game just answered my question. Oh wait, the door is actually... Oh, here! Understood! Ouch! So, what I just wanted to say, there's only one way out, so I'm not sure if they could put a monster. If they could put a monster in that area. But apparently they found another way. The shadow is really creeping in and there is no way back. So let's close the safety doors. Really nice. Again, some amazing blacksmithing here. And let's hope that everything works. Indeed it does. He flipped through the Book of Monarchs. Yeah, we already read that. How different kings held orbs. And that orb is in the center of our mystery as well. Will we have a floor with a creature? That would be a classic idea. Uh-oh, the shadow is really quick. Uh-oh. Maybe quicker than it should be. No, no, no. I forgot to fix the brakes. Oh, shit! I knew I forgot something. The emergency brakes. Moving that orb was like pushing a star in the night sky. It wasn't supposed to happen. The shadow isn't some vengeful spirit. It is the universe catching up with itself. Descendant! There's another trophy. But I do like this idea, how it's said. But let me first read the chat. Maybe you were hired by the castle owner to fix the place and they made you forget your memories so they don't have to pay. That's a good point. That's a good point. But here's the problem. I'm pretty much ruining the entire castle as I'm going through it. So it backfired. It backfired something fierce. But I really like this idea how the game says, or at least hints, that the shadow is not a vengeful spirit. Just because something appears to be evil doesn't mean that it necessarily is. And I do like that. There's always two sides to every story, and in this case, maybe the shadow is indeed the universe catching up to itself. And I see there was one comment in the chat that I missed, but I really like it. Occam's razor, shovel is too complicated. Grab coal with hand. Indeed, you are right, Aiden. You are indeed right. I often overcomplicate things.
Come this way.
What was that?
Forgive me, I should have warned you. One of my responsibilities as a baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
Now this is, again, interesting. I guess this is a memory from the time when Alexander and Daniel were still strangers to each other. They didn't really know each other. And Daniel was new to this entire idea. And obviously Alexander was working on these experiments. As we know, first with the alchemy, and then animals, and then with humans. But he was clever and didn't tell Daniel what he was really doing. He lied. He gave a lie that was not only believable, but acceptable, that as a baron he has to be a warden for this prison, right? Maybe he doesn't even want to do it because it's such a terrible thing, but this way Daniel accepted it, and slowly, as maybe Daniel became more reliant on Alexander because of the shadow pursuing him, and Alexander promising him protection from it, and also how Daniel learned about how the orbs work and why the torture of humans is necessary, which actually is something we don't know yet. Daniel slowly accepted that this might be a necessary evil. And that's really interesting, because if you present to someone a really terrible thing to do, they will right away say no, because that's terrible. The contrast is too big from the morally right and whatever you just said. But if you go step by step, you can forget along the way how far you went. And that's, even though Alexander is really portrayed as this kind of otherworldly creature, not necessarily a human, but at least a psychopath, because he doesn't really seem to have any empathy or sympathy towards the people. They are just a tool for him to get that whatever he needs. And I mean, not only the tortured people here, but even the people who served him, he easily dispatched of them in the wine cellar, just so he wouldn't get caught and he could continue his work, because apparently the police in a way was starting to pick up the breadcrumbs and put together that, hey, there's a lot of people going missing around this area. So that is how Alexander is presented, as this really cold-hearted person. But I like how they didn't just make him as this evil guy and that's it. Through the notes you can actually see that he didn't start like this right away. Not necessarily how cruel he was, but his methods. First he started with the alchemy, and then the animals, and then the humans. And that is something that could be, I would say, possible to happen to a person, to a human as well. A kind of mad scientist, because you go through all these steps and one of the steps makes the next one makes sense. And that's interesting. Now in a, once you cross the line, you just keep sinking lower. Yes. In the case of Alexander, it's different, because he didn't start with the humans not because of some morals. In the case of a human, maybe that would be the reasonable logic, that you only start torturing people as a kind of last resort, right? With Alexander, we actually learned that once he figured out that the animals will not be sufficient for whatever he wants to do, he realized he needs to turn his attention towards people, humans. And he actually comments on that he's not happy because getting the human subjects proves to be more difficult. It's a hustle to do. So for him, it's just a difficulty. Killing the dogs from the village and from the woods is just an easier option. So that's a really subtle way how once again the developers portrayed him as this evil creature or character. But there is a sort of realism to how he works, and in a way how a person could go through all these steps and end up the same. Well, really close to it. Well, now we are really deep, which is good and bad. It's good because we are closer to the inner sanctum, and that's where we are going. It's bad because I'm pretty sure I can say farewell to any sort of windows. Oh, really? Now I have to do this. Now, obviously we made some progress in the story, and these flower petals mostly signal that we reached another important milestone in the story. But we'll see what's here. Actually, we started our journey towards the refinery. We went through another hole of sorts, and now we are here after descending with the elevator, which I'm starting to wonder whether or not was a good idea. I think maybe it was a bad idea. But that wasn't just the grunting of one of these creatures. The dark descent is real, indeed. That sounded like it was also the voice of a human, which would mean that there's someone still alive here? Somehow what? This really is a dungeon. And also, with the Dark Descent, with the name, I joked about it earlier, but the developers really chose a perfect name for the game, because it really summarizes the game in many ways. First of all, Amnesia is what the character Daniel has. The Descent is not a kind of symbolic thing. It really is literally. We are descending down in the castle, and the dark is again playing with two meanings. It is literally dark throughout most of the game, but also it's dark with the topics and the things that took place here. It's both literal and metaphorical, indeed. It's really clever in that way. And yes, I will still pay attention to fix all the furniture. Oh, look at that. Isn't that just lovely? Well, those actually look like 2D chains. But that's okay. We didn't have much money for the iron, maybe. Oh, look at the kin! Look at them. What are you eating? Rotten apples? Well, I'm sorry, I don't really have anything better to give you. But that's okay. My kins are here and they are doing just fine. That's why I love horror games. No matter what happens to the player character or really anyone else in here, my kin is always safe and sound. I don't think this is a good hiding spot. I really don't think it is. But this is the best I have. Oh, what's that? A hammer. Don't really think that would help me much against these creatures. Well, I can't see it, so I will say it's not there. Oh, come on. Stop trying to scare me, it won't work. Why can I pull the bed? What's the point of that? Okay, I can pull the bed. Alright, we have a bucket for reasons I will not be discussing right around now. Ah, it's really dark here. Okay, at least the door is intact, so I'm kind of safe in here. Why isn't there one torch in these freaking cells? Well, there's multiple reasons why you wouldn't want to put a torch in a cell. First of all, the prisoner could use it to escape. Or to kill themselves, which is obviously not good for your plans if your plans include torturing them a lot. Also, tinderbox in the bucket. We don't want to talk about that. And some bread. And a bed. And only a bed. Interesting why they include a bed if there's nothing to put on top of it. But whatever. I'm not even sure what I am scared by at this point. I mean, Daniel is, because I'm just confused about where the enemy might be. Bread on the bed, indeed. Is there something inside there? Can I open it? There's a lot of blood there. That's... okay, it's closed. I understand. Okay, so I checked these two. The oil is obviously out. Fucking hell. It's dark in here, okay? Okay, so one of the guards, I will call them guards, I really don't know what they are called. One of them was around here. I really cannot imagine how people lived in castles back in the days with these torches, because you couldn't see absolutely jack shit. Okay, I guess more cells. Okay, let's check again.
Where is she? Where did she go?
No, I won't tell. I'll never tell you.
You're just making things worse.
Look, this is no place for a young girl all by herself. She could be hurt or worse.
There's no telling what horrors await down there.
I guess that was Alexander questioning possibly a mother about her daughter who disappeared. And again, it's interesting how manipulative Alexander really is, because he's obviously angry because this happened. This is against his plans. But he doesn't threaten the mother or this woman, because he knows that wouldn't get him the answer quickly enough. Especially because if the children maybe escapes outside, out of the castle, she can tell other people, then people will come here, and that's a lot of trouble. And he wants to avoid that. So instead of threatening the woman and telling her that he could kill her or her daughter or this little girl, he instead switches sides. He says that this place is dangerous, for the little girl, and that's why he has to find them. And that is a nasty tactic, but it works. Chipper. What is a chipper? A stone chipper. You mean a chisel? Oh right, I still have a hammer. I don't know why, but I have it. Don't really know why these items are in a cell. I mean, yes, they could be. It's locked, however, the lock is very corroded and weak. So they could be used for torture, but don't you have a proper torture chamber for that? Also, maybe it's not a good idea to light all these torches, because then where will I hide? Okay, I think I was here before. Can I pick it up before things start to fall on my head? Thank you. Ah, this is no good. I can't see a bloody thing. Okay, so I think, yes, this is where I came up the staircase. That's down. This is... Okay, I can open this. Whatever. Not here. I'm absolutely not here. By any means. Ooh, tinderbox. There's something else here. Ooh, oil. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme the oil. Thank you. Oh, bread. Moldy bread. Okay. More of my can. Bucket. Okay. Now this is the tricky part, because hiding from something is easy, but checking if it's gone is not. Also, maybe it wasn't even here, because as far as we know, it might have been a hallucination or just the sound. Okay, this is logged. We light this so we know that's the one where we have to actually go. Use the oil again. Come on! Close. So far we found a bunch of empty cells.
But Mother, I don't want to leave without you.
Hurry, child. You must go. Find Gabriel, the Outrider, and tell him to alert the King's men.
No, you come too.
Please, we don't have time to make the hole any wider.
But
Someone is coming. Hurry! I'll cover the hole with the bed. Everything will be fine. I promise.
Oh, so maybe this is the same person. This is indeed an old dungeon. After all, this is an ancient castle. And apparently this is how they wanted to have the kid escape, which is in a way a risky plan, because a child has a harder time navigating through the castle, getting out and surviving outside in the woods, and actually finding a village or whoever to actually alert the king's man, as she said. But indeed that was the plan, so I was right about that. However, why they might do it is... Actually, there are two reasons for that. One, most of the adults would try to save the kids, and the other reason is a kid can indeed fit through a smaller hole, so I assume there is a hole beneath this bed. Yes. Prison, northern block. Now I'm not sure how Daniel could fit through, but maybe he's a small man. Okay, so we have this place left to check. A robust padlock that is in good shape. Oh, there was a monster there. My apologies, I completely missed you. You've been running around a lot. He must have lost enough weight. That's true. And also, after drinking that concoction in the beginning, he puked enough to lose a few pounds. Okay, I think these two can be used together. Tools for stone cutting. So one idea that I have is this lock. It's solid metal and in good shape. This is no use. Okay, so if this doesn't work, there was one other lock, and that was in bad shape apparently. Let's use this so I can actually see. Yeah, this is in bad shape. I'm not even sure where the lock is, but let's try. I'm a genius. Oh, look at that. So let's see what we found. We found, finally, the first prisoner here. And we found some oil. Give me the oil. That was really not a lot. Can I maybe get that as well? Understood, I can't. Well, rest in peace. I guess there's only one way I can go, and that is through the hole. Maybe I can use this wood, well, not wood chipper, stone chipper, to widen the hole. The hole is too narrow to slip through. Indeed, the developers paid attention. Love it. Well, time to dig a hole. They even animated it. I fucking love this company. Carefully threading the unknown land, he looked over his shoulder at his travel companions. The outrider touched the brim of his hat as a final farewell. Who is this outrider? Budget. Indeed, this was a small indie game, and as far as I know, it was made on quite a small budget, but it's honestly impressive how much they managed to put into it. So we're going left or right? Well, apparently right. That was quick. I really hope they will give us some oil after this. This is a really sloppy job at patching up the wall, just saying. Whoever made it, you should fire them. Okay. Storage. I guess this is where... Oh no, this is not where we came from. Oh, this is so lovely, just walking here in the darkness. Yeah, I would love to get out there, but hey, the shadow is after me, so that would kill me there. Down here I have the company of these lovely guards trying to kill me, so hey, at least I have options. Shit! Yeah. As I said, at least I cannot say that I'm alone. Not that it would be too terrible. What's written here? Kitchen. Okay, we're going to the kitchen because that's the opposite way the guard went, and I don't need better reasoning here. Where's the torch? Can see a darn thing here. Okay, finally. Nice, cozy place. That's what I like. Kitchen. Wonderful. Absolutely love it. Okay, let's see what we have. Laudanum, my favorite. Actually, what is my health like? Few cuts and bruises, that's okay. What is that? No idea. Flour, or whatever you store in sacks. What the heck is this? Oh no! No, my poor Ken! What happened to you? Oh, my poor dears. Rest in peace, my kin. May you munch on cheese in the afterlife. And the dead pig. Oh, plenty of dead fucking pigs. I have a feeling if I touch this thing, it will hurt. You see, I'm not even a scientist, and I knew it right away. Daniel, he had to reach into it just to note there is a barrel filled with acid in the kitchen. I figured all that out without hurting myself. Yeah, it's bleeding quite badly. No fucking surprise. Alright, is there anything hidden here? Because I don't want to rummage through the entire kitchen for no reason. Ho 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 ho, tinderbox. Okay. What's this?
2nd of August, 1839. I have arrived at the village of Altstadt. It's a haven in the midst of a vast forest and the last stop before my final destination, Castle Brennenburg. It's late in the evening, and the outrider, who has been with the coach since Bremen, advised me to wait until morning before I venture further. I've arranged for a bed at Der Müller, the village's only inn, and am now waiting for the sun to rise. I try to sleep, but as I close my eyes, I see the men who fell victim in London. My fear and shame forces me to witness the same scenes over and over. They are dead because of me.
Nice voice acting. Also, did I miss a diary? Oh no, I have all three hunted. And this is the 1st of Brennenburg, so 2nd of August was when Daniel arrived to Prussia and close to the castle itself. No, on this day he was still in Ostad, which is close by. That's on the 2nd of August, and we know from Daniel's note to Sav that today is the 19th or maybe the 20th if getting drunk on whatever he drank took a longer time to kick in. He's got amnesia. We forgot acid hurts. Okay, you know what? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Maybe I should be more accepting with him. Thank you for the hydrate schmoozer. But even if I want to be like really nice to Daniel, I think the one thing, the one truth this game teaches every player is to not put your hands on someone else's bowl. That's the thing. All of this could have been avoided. Just leave the bowl alone. That's it. But he had to take it. He had to break it. He also forgot basic manners. Well, taking the ball was before he drank the medicine and had the amnesia. So that logic doesn't work. The story in theory is that Daniel was part of an expedition in Algeria and he found this odd orb that I'm calling a ball. And as part of this archaeological expedition. And in theory, it broke. It's not clearly explained how. And after that, he was sent back home to London. The rest of the expedition met its demise. Then Daniel went to a geologist in London to ask him about the pieces of this orb, and later on that geologist was found dead. And then when he learned about that the expedition was wiped out, he went to the university to ask about the leader of the expedition, a doctor he worked with, or professor, I think. He found a professor there, he talked to him. That professor was killed soon after. Then he went to a doctor because he was suffering from nightmares and insomnia, and that doctor was killed as well. And at this point Daniel figured out, oh, maybe something is after me that's killing fucking everyone. And so he actually, when he went to the university, he broke into the expedition leader's office and took every note and everything that he could find relevant to the expedition and maybe to this orb. He sent letters to everyone in his address book. I mean the expedition leader's address book. And he got one answer back. Well, he got plenty of answers. But he got one from the Baron of Brennenburg, Alexander, and he came here. And now we are in this castle trying to find Alexander. And really not understanding anything, because in theory, we drank something to have amnesia, and we wrote ourselves a letter to kill Alexander. Damn, he's just rude then. Well, the curiosity. More than. Curiosity killed the cat, and perhaps Daniel too, but we are not there yet. We are just in the kitchen. And we have plenty of broken plates and rotten apples. And no fucking oil. Oh, oil. Now. When I played Doom, I do believe, Doom 3, I showed you that there is a really important thing in games. To check fires. A good fire burns and hurts the player. A bad fire does nothing. So let's do the test in Amnesia. This is a good fire. And that was the fire test. Now move on. Fire is indeed hot, yes, but not in every game. In some games, they have really poor fires, and that's not nice. Writes it down, yes. No memento about it, but maybe it would be worth the ink. Now let's get some oil. Hope that the creature doesn't
It's close now.
come Forward. The gate is locked and the padlock is in excellent condition. Oh, fuck off. Wait, this is the place where I came from? Oh, this is the place where I came from. Okay, so this is how I went around. It won't budge. You freaking kidding me. Okay, that's a problem. So the only place I got access to here is the kitchen. And this place here is a dead end. And that begs the question, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, not miss this entire area. Sell area free. Well, that explains it. Storage. Oh wait, isn't this where I came out of the wall? Oh, that was further away. Oh goodness, this is an entire other place. Okay, well, let's go. No time to waste, I guess.
Is he safe? Well, it's for his own good.
Who are you talking about? Because it's for his own good.
Soon it will be ready. Let there be enough time.
Is rarely a good line to hear.
He escaped? Where is he now?
Okay. Oh goodness, this place is huge. Can't I just climb out? Okay, so something is down there and that will be important. At least I feel like it will be important. Okay, so we went around. So we have the storage area this way. Let's see the storage area. Let's not see the storage area. You know what? Let's go the other way around. Who cares about the storage? Let's see the cells. Maybe that's safer. Probably not. Okay, let's see what we have here. Hopefully no monsters. Oh, that guy. Prisoner number 2. We actually found a prisoner. Let's see. You're dead on a table? It's still fucking moving! That's a fresh body. Okay, bad. At least the kin have something to eat, but it doesn't explain how he died. Possibly in excruciating pain.
Hey, anybody, help! Christ, I don't believe this. Why? I mean, why? What did I do to deserve this? I mean, it can't be. Do I deserve this? It wasn't my fault. Why did he have to go in there? Don't go into burning houses. He should have known better.
Well, apparently Daniel around here is not the only person who doesn't know fire burns. But on a more serious note, it is interesting that even though these people were not necessarily chosen, the only thing they did wrong was being there and being human, which is mostly out of their control. However, it's interesting that because it feels like a punishment, or seems like a punishment at least, they start thinking about how and why they deserve this. Even though there is no such thing or factor in what is happening to them. they still question themselves.
3rd of August, 1839. I feel like I have fled the world and all its worries. Brennenburg is a majestic creation perched upon a forest-clad hill with towers reaching well above even the highest pine trees. Following the winding road leading to the gates gives the impression of discovering something forgotten, as if journeying with Marco Polo to the hidden Xanadu. Alexander, the Baron, is a peculiar but gracious man. He seems well versed in worldly matters and is not at all as eccentric as I assumed. My room is exquisite, and I'm confident that no hotel for miles could even hope to match it. As the sun sets on Brennenburg, its fairy tale varnish turns to an eerie gloom. Alexander's strange servants are never far away. They are a quiet lot, and their behavior could only be described as skulking. Alexander seems pleased by my presence. As he puts it, it seems like I got here just in time.
I do like how Alexander is presented as this charismatic and maybe a bit odd but pleasant person, because it might be a bit odd, but psychopaths are some of the nicest people you can meet if you just talk to them and stay far, far away. So it makes sense, because again, Alexander is really good with manipulating. We already know that. He's good with his words. And what can I say? I can see a lot of his traits in my peers. All to lure in others. Yes? Exactly. Oh! Do you think he minds that I slapped the door on him? Hopefully not. But I mean, when it comes to such humans and monsters and the like, they're always really nice at first, you know, like a live streamer. Really nice, welcoming. Then you leave a follow, maybe join the Discord, become a cultist, and then you just disappear without a trace. But I haven't seen any. Alright. So we got away from that pretty safely. Tinderbox!
4th of August, 1839. The nightmares woke me in the early morning, and for a moment I forgot where I was. Shortly after, there was a knock on my door. Alexander had heard my screams and asked me to join him in the parlor. As we drank our tea, Alexander began to tell me what he knew. It seems like the orb I found casts a long and dark shadow. It's not only a powerful item, but a dangerous one. Simply by touching it, you invoke the powers within, and if you are too weak to control it, it will devour you. The shadow is a sluggish thing, lagging behind the wielder, killing anyone or anything in its path to reclaim the orb. I said I didn't care about its powers, and that I should throw it away. Alexander advised against this, as I'd still be a part of the path to the orb, and eventually suffer death. Having the orb, I would at least have the chance to fight back when the time came. I asked Alexander what he meant when he said he could protect me, and he answered that things can be done, but at a price.
So I think this conversation and this event happened in the guest room, and we actually had a little flashback there where I even joked about how Daniel just awoke from a nightmare and Alexander was there, and that's sort of creepy. Oh, why the surprise look? It's a really, really terrifying game, isn't it? But hey, now that I mention it, let me take a brief break and talk about how I have a Discord that you can join if you want. It's a really welcoming place. It's really, really safe. And you can find some lovely people there. Of course, only if you want. Nah, let's see where we can go. So one of these creatures came out of here. But this is a cell. So this is odd. Why was it here? Except if one of the prisoners turned into this creature. But I'm not sure about that because then we would have a lot more of these creatures. But maybe that's their origins. Really nice how everything is reinforced. Cell area 4, because obviously we need more of them cells. Storage. What, another one? Okay, so I'm not getting in there, understood. Well, just for a try. Nah. Remains unaffected by the event. That's nice. It does not care about my efforts. Okay, so this is the storage. Hopefully we can find something that can destroy these darn padlocks. Really nice Z there. I'm not sure what it means. Ha 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 ha. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme indeed. Don't know why I always struggle to close these. Oh, what's that? Glass jar. Yeah, that's what I needed. Exactly. A glass jar. What am I going to do with a fucking glass jar? That was the last of my oil again. Okay. Oh no! No! My poor Ken, what happened to you? Oh, this is a terrible place, I'm telling you. Oh, my poor Ken are dying. And I have a glass jar. I have no clue why that is good. Not even sure if that is a good thing. I've seen those in Zelda games. You catch a fairy within. Okay, we're looking for a fairy. Honestly, nothing would really surprise me at this point. Let's see if the guard comes this way or not. Look at this lovely texture on the right. Isn't it lovely? And I'm not trying to make fun of it. It's actually really nice. Even so close with how blurry it is. It works. It just has this really nice old school game making design that the shadows are painted into the texture, and I love that. It makes the game look like an old illustration on yellowed pages. Oh, of course there's nothing fucking here. Alright, so what can we do? That's the big question. Maybe it went back to its cell, I'm not sure. So we went... Actually, we went both ways. It feels more like an artistic choice than just outdated graphics. Yes, indeed. And I loved it in this game. And that's, I think, the reason why it holds up so nicely. Spiraling staircase, but how can I get to that staircase? That's the question. I think I should start lighting more of these torches because honestly I don't have the oil for this. Okay, I can't do anything with this. Ow. Walked right into the wall, obviously. To cistern entrance. Was I here before and I just missed this?
Hey, you! Stop!
Don't come any closer. I just want to leave.
You can't go outside. It's too dangerous.
I'm telling Gabriel.
I doubt that very much.
Oh, so he found the girl. And even with the girl, at first, he is kind of nice. He's putting himself into this guardian role. That, oh shit. That he's just trying to help, right? That outside is dangerous. So he's actually doing the right thing by keeping them in here. And if you can make someone believe that, they don't resist that much anymore. So that is nicely written here. Obviously, can't open it, frick. Oh wait, maybe I went around. I think I did. But another thing is the last sentence there was a nice addition. The last response by Alexander when the girl says that she's going to tell Gabriel. I think Gabriel is the outrider. And how Alexander says that he doubts that. Now that can mean two things. One, he doubts that because he found the girl and the girl is not going anywhere, or Gabriel is in on the entire project. Okay, so I can't go in there. So I just missed this place, but I didn't miss much, apparently. Well, I guess we're going here. Not going here. This game is so good at making change my mind. The gate leading out of this area is locked by a worn padlock. Well, you know what they say about worn padlocks. Hammer away! The padlock won't break. It needs to be weakened further. You mother... Oh, I understand. The glass jar. An empty glass container. We need that for the acid. Ah, I get it now. Does anyone faintly remember where the kitchen was? Because I sure as shit don't. That was to the storage, I think. And this is when these kind of games get dangerous. Because you know kind of where you're going. You already explored everything. So you are not that careful. And you can run into something really easily. And the jump scare can work so much better when you don't expect it. Exactly because of that reason. Now in this case, you don't necessarily feel safe because it's not like Resident Evil where you can quote-unquote clean out an area. Here you are just less cautious because you already went through all this and you just put together in your head what you need to do, so you are more in a rush. You don't want to waste that much time. You're impatient, really. Okay. The glass jar holds the acid safely. I really fucking sure hope it does. If it walks by me here, that will be something, let's just say that. Kin, hide. The creature is here. Maybe I can throw moldy bread at it. Would that help? Of course the fucker already left. Okay, let's not look at its butt. Because apparently if you are looking at butt and you're Daniel, you just go insane. That would actually explain why I lost most of my sanity by now. I wonder if breasts have the same effect. Because that would also explain it. Well, whatever, let's not dwell on what we lost. Let's try to advance. Now here we actually had this padlock, but we went around here. Now I'm curious if I can use the acid here. It would do no good. Well, I'm not necessarily trying to do good with it. I'm trying to just rust the lock away. So for the good it wouldn't be good. For me, I could make a shortcut. Oh, that's a wall, right. Why do I think this won't be so easy? Well, I gotta go work on lunch. I'll be lurking. Thank you very much for joining. I greatly enjoyed our conversation, and I hope your lunch will be delicious. So far in this game we only found rotten apples and moldy bread. So that's not really gourmet. Okay, so there's nothing here. So I think actually all of the padlocks that we found that said they are too strong, that they are in excellent shape, those we actually managed to go around. So this is the only one we couldn't. The acid has severely weakened the padlock, but it didn't break it. Can I take more acid with myself, maybe? Huh, I wonder. The acid has severely weakened it. So long, fucker! Oh shit! I thought the door was right behind it. The dark towers of Brennenburg rose above the forest and were silhouetted against the snow-white moon. He couldn't help feeling sad for some reason. Aha! We escaped!
So you used the drain sewers as a means of transport?
Yes, they were built to divert water from an underground spring and are quite spacious. It seemed only natural to incorporate it into the overall structure.
But we won't be using it.
Not today. The flow is seasonal, and when the spring runs dry, the damp tunnels produce a rather poisonous type of fungi. There is an antidote, of course, but we won't be bothering with it today. Come, this way instead. We're almost there.
So I guess we are making our way to the inner sanctum, but for some odd reason I also think that indeed we will need that antidote, because there's a 99% chance we will get poisoned later or sooner. Or maybe we will willingly just walk through the tunnels because we have no other means of getting out of here. And I barely have any oil left. So that's absolutely lovely. What's that? Oil? Huh. Oil. Wait! Is that oil? Oil drainage? Heck yeah. Gimme, gimme. Oh yes, 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 yes. Picked up glass jar of oil. I want to... No, I don't want to use it here. I want to put it in the lantern. Combination does not work. It's not that kind of oil. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, the horror. The horror. But at least we have oil. And with that, we are going to end this episode here. It started off a bit slow, but I think we made some great progress. And even though the chat was a bit quiet at first, I'm really happy some people gathered here, and I thank Physalia for the wonderful raid, and for everyone else who joined in. I hope you enjoyed our little descent into Amnesia. I will continue our little adventure, going even deeper and deeper, and hopefully one day reaching the inner sanctum next Friday. Now let's see what we got. We got a few trophies here that I'm quite excited about. We only had one, the Alchemist, before. And then we got the Escape Artist, getting away from the creature in the water. I already read this. This was about the memories that only, I think, were mentioned during these loading screens, that Daniel was on a boat, and well, not boat, ship, the SS Hortensia, and at first I thought the entire ship sank, but then, as it turned out, only somehow Daniel ended up getting into the water, and then he was rescued from the ship. So I'm not sure if this was another dream, as he mentions, or maybe it really happened, but we know that at the end he got to Britain, and the ship ride was successful. Somewhat safe. Now, let's see what else we got. Descendant. Taken a rough ride on an elevator in Amnesia, the Dark Descent. Indeed we did. And this is again a lovely line. I really like this. And I said it then and I say it now. And this is a bronze trophy, and you can see actually the bronze frame around the trophy, which is lovely. I really like these icons, and I know they are not necessarily part of the game, but I think since the PlayStation 3 era, and with Steam having achievements as well, achievements and trophies kind of became a part of gaming, and I really appreciate when companies take the extra effort to put some nice artistic touches into those icons. I think they are lovely. I remember back in the day, before actually all the trophy and achievement rage, some of these challenges were included in games. So you had in the menu a challenges section, and there you could unlock certain things like concept arts and descriptions. Nowadays we still have this. Sometimes you have a model viewer or such, but I really like this idea. Stretch and posture check. Thank you very much. How are you doing, Alva, today? I'm just about to finish my stream for today, so I will have to find someone to raid. Let's see who we can raid. I'm tired of the Midsummer Eve celebrations. Oh, well, tiredness is not really nice, but I hope the celebrations are indeed joyous. And actually, let me ask you something, if you have a moment to answer. Before, on my streams, I mentioned that I want to greet everyone in their own language, and since I always say good evening, I asked my viewers how they would say that in their own language, and so I know that in German I do believe it's Gute Nacht, and in French it was Bonne Nuit, but I don't know what it is in your language, so if you'd be ever so nice and tell me, I'd greatly appreciate, and then I will try to not butcher it. I'm not promising anything. So let's see who we can raid. Oh, I think I know who I will raid. So let's see. Today we are going to raid the very talented and skilled artist who drew my PNG tuber model that you can see right now on the screen. Her name is Anna Adamfell, and she's actually streaming right now. Most of the time she streams playing games, but today it seems she's playing crab game with her friends as a pre-birthday celebration. Now let me see, it would be, but that's more used after you eat, even if it refers to the time of day. It's more good night. Now that's actually something. People would get what you mean though. Because here's the thing. Why I say always good evening, because in my realm it's always dark. And originally I wanted to say good night and greet everyone like that, but I realized that in English if you say good night, that mostly means that you are retiring to bed and going to sleep. And I actually tried that once on a stream and people started to say farewell, because that means I'm going to sleep. And so I changed it really early on to good evening. So I would try to avoid the good night one. Same in Swedish, night is go to bed, indeed. So that's why I don't say that. But let me try my best with the help of Google Translate, which is in no ways the best way to learn a language, but it is the best thing that I have right around now, to find the perfect pronunciation. So you said so this should be what language exactly? Because apparently Google is caught up on that. It cannot decide if it's Norwegian or Danish or Swedish. Swedish, okay. Don't look at me. Google Translate said it's Norwegian, okay? So it's all on Google Translate. Let's see. So the first one is good mida, I think. I think the D is pronounced, so it's good mida. But that's good afternoon, well, apparently. And then we have the second one, which was good nut. So Swedish is really interesting based on this, because you actually pronounce the words you write down. And that's really rare in English and even rarer in French, because there you just kind of sprinkle in a few extra letters to make everything more complicated. Apparently Swedish people don't like to write silent letters, because why would you? There's no point. They actually say the darn thing they are writing down. I greatly appreciate that. So good night is good night. Okay, and the third one you said is good evening. So good sounds like the English good to me, which doesn't mean much, because my ears when it comes to pronunciation is terrible. And the little A you have there with the 2 dots is an A. So it's good quell. Did I butcher that entirely? Or not? Hopefully not. We do have some figure it out letters too. Finnish is better at being more exact. That was pretty good. I take a pretty good at first. So, good quell. It's just a weird monster dialect, I guess. But I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now I can welcome all of my wonderful Swedish viewers. I'm pretty sure I have like one, but it's great for future use. So thank you so much for teaching me this. I always love to learn about language and little hidden words, because I just love English and all the other languages. I think the good needs a little word, but close. So should it be shorter or longer? So it's like good or good? Because I think it's a U sound. It's not like a god. That's different. I think. I think it's a U. Yeah. I'm not sure. I would need to find a Swedish dictionary online, which I have to admit I don't have. I know a French dictionary. I have a Japanese dictionary. Not a Swedish one. It's hard to explain. Ooh, I love that. I love when you ask someone about the language and they say it's hard to explain. That means that you should get a cup of tea, because a 20-minute explanation is just hurling your way like an avalanche. I actually asked some French people about a certain word and how they use it, and they started like this, and an hour later I was like, I still don't understand anything, but if I read this chat conversation 5 more times, maybe I will start to understand. Language isn't my strong side. That's okay. But that's a fascinating thing, isn't it? That you can speak a language and necessarily not understand it, especially if you are born in a certain country and you learn that language as a little kid. You just know the language, and only when mostly a foreigner comes along and asks you a question because to them it's illogical or it's not clear, that's the point when you actually start thinking about, like, why do we say it like that? And many times the answer, even from those who are are fluent in the language is, I don't know. I never thought about it. And I love that. And there are certain things in every language like that. But that just means that you're really good at the language and you never really questioned it. Especially there are some odd words that doesn't seem strange until you think about it. Yes. And there are many idioms and terms that necessarily don't make sense, or they are so old that their meaning remained, but how they got the meaning doesn't really make sense anymore, but it just stuck with the language. So I think I heard once, I did not look it up, so it might be wrong, but there is this, I think it's an idiom that let the cat out of the bag is something you say when you discover a secret of sorts. And I heard that it was used like that because back in the days you could purchase pigs in bags. And what certain scam artists did, instead of a pig, they put a cat into a bag and sold it. And because you didn't check what's in the bag, you only saw that, yeah, it's a bag and there's something inside of it. They took it home and then opened it, and it turned out, oh, this is not a pig, this is a cat. So then purchasing it, if they opened the bag, they literally let out the cat and showed the world that it's fake and it's a scam. I started comparing Danish to Swedish and how words evolve differently is really funny. That's indeed really interesting, and in English I really love that it's the melting pot of many languages. There's obviously a lot of Germanic words, Latin. There's words borrowed from all over the place, and then English being used so widely in so many countries. There are specific terms and words to different countries, like how every car part has a different name in Britain and in the USA. So if you are working with cars, you have to learn both. Country-specific saying is fun though. Speak of the devil is speaking of the trolls in Swedish. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, and that also shows something that I love about language, that language is not just a set of words and grammatic rules. It also shows and tells you a lot about the people who use that language. It gives you a hint at their beliefs, their values, and even in your example, the folklore and the history, and that's really nice. I love those words and phrases and sayings that go a bit into history. And it's always fun to learn about them and share those findings with others. I really love that part of language. Even just figuring out where a certain word came from is quite an adventure, from one book to another, or in today's world, one Google search to the other. So thank you very much for sharing that with me. I will be sure to join one of your streams and ask you more about these things, because I love to learn about this. Well, good Quell, thank you very much for joining me today. Let's read Aina Edenfeld, a wonderful artist who drew my PNG tuber model. And thanks to everyone who joined me today. I will be back next week. I yet to figure out my schedule, but certainly I will be back next Friday with more Amnesia. And until that, maybe we jump back into yet another zombie defense to get some trophies, or maybe start a new adventure in another game. I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure it out. So don't forget to follow me on social media. I'm mostly active on Blue Sky, and I don't know my own commands. Don't worry about it. So you can check my card page. There you can find all of my links and all my social medias, where you can find my schedules and posts. You can also join my Discord server. I post there as well the same things, and also about some of the behind the scenes project I'm working on. But for today, I thank you for joining. Have a great day, and as always, good night.